Chapter 1 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. 1. It was First Friday, September, and hot. Labor Day was past. The schools of Merton, Ohio, were again in session, and life in the city of 135,000 inhabitants had settled down to its everyday routine after the summer. At 8:15 p.m. the courthouse bell sounded the quarter hour. In days to come a number of people would measure past actions in reference to this particular time. But to Dan O'Hara, seated opposite Mary Altman in the richly paneled, softly lighted dining room of the Harbor Hotel, the sound meant nothing. He was busy appraising her good looks, with abstract yet keen appreciation, seeing again the appealing blue-gray eyes and the quick smiles and gestures with which she invariably responded to his talk. Mary's delicately molded face had a slightly humorous earnestness about it that faded into a look of boyish daring when she smiled. Dan liked the way the light played on her firm, round cheeks and glinted on her short-cut black hair, invitingly exposed under a half-hat of aquavellers. Dan sat back in his chair, fingertips on the edge of the table. "Don't look now, Mary, but our boss is just coming in." Mary watched Dan nod and smile to someone on the other side of the room. "Is he alone?" Mary asked. "No, Mrs. Falls and Dr. and Mrs. Fitzgerald are with him. Now there's a real Joe. It's Mr. Falls' editing that makes the Dispatch a bang-up newspaper." "He's a fine man," Mary replied, "but he certainly can be stuffy at times." Dan's eyes showed surprise. "Meaning what?" Mary hesitated as if wondering whether to continue. "Well, like this afternoon when I asked him again for Ned Gormley's place on general assignment." "What did he say?" A flush appeared on Mary's cheeks. "Do you want it word for word or tersely?" Tersely, it was no. Dan laughed, the tiny wrinkles around his mouth and nose making his freckles appear more prominently. "I'd love a word-for-word account." "It was really something, quite a speech, and long, too, for him." "I'd like nothing better than to hear you repeat it." Dan grinned in anticipation of Fall's reply. The flush on Mary's cheeks dwindled to 2 small red spots. "It was like this. When I asked him, he leaned so far across his big desk that I thought his red hair would burn a hole in me. Then he stuck out 2 fingers like a tuning fork, the way he always does for emphasis, before he told me that if I quit writing society, I'd be a female bum in 5 years, cynical, coarse, and flippant, furthermore." "He sure knows his onions," Dan cut in. Mary gave a frown of disgust at his approval and went on. "I'll quote. 'If I gave you Ned's place on news, you'd hear and see things too rotten to print. If you're as sensitive as I hope you are, it would nauseate you. It might even drive you to drink. Look at Ned, drunk so much of the time I've had to fire him. Now you get right back to your desk and think up some pretty adjectives for the society pages." End of quote. There was silence while Dan stirred his coffee. "Falls is a very sensible man. Now, the thing for you to do is to forget the paper altogether and put some time on hope chest thinking." Mary laughed softly, and with a slight lift of her shoulder, turned the implication aside. Dan sighed and took a drink of coffee. "It sure must have been swell to live 100 years ago, when women were not so complicated." "Meaning what?" Mary countered. Dan looked at her with good-natured cynicism. "Look at it squarely. All they did was learn to sing a little, read a little, embroider a little, and know how to grab their man at the tiniest hint." Mary laughed. "It was sure tough on the women. It must have been frightfully dull." "I wouldn't know about that. Shall I ask the waitress for more coffee? She's got her eye on our table." "No thanks, Dan. The meal was superb, but I couldn't squeeze in another teaspoonful." When they stood up to leave, many eyes turned in their direction, showing approval of what they saw. Dan, blond, crew-cut, built like a 6'2" tackle, was half a head taller than Mary. As they walked out of the dining room, Mr. Falls nodded in their direction and said in a low voice, "There go 2 of my reporters." Too bad about the young man's limp, Dr. Fitzgerald said. How'd he get it? He stopped a bullet while fighting in Korea, Mr. Falls replied. His name's O'Hara, and he's a worker, believe me. Marquette man, graduated a year ago last June, journalism major. Mrs. Fitzgerald looked from Dan to Mr. Falls. He looks so young to have fought in Korea. Falls nodded. I know. He enlisted in the Marines immediately after graduation from high school. He was only in Korea about 2 months when he was wounded and sent home. He's got quite a case on Mary Altman, and I can't say I blame him. She's a wonderful girl, a graduate of St. Mary's of the Woods College just last June. Mrs. Fitzgerald smiled. She's lovely, and so young. He's about 2 years older. His delay in entering college enabled her to nearly catch up with him. She's been writing society news and doing a fine job of it. As Dan and Mary walked through the hotel lobby, Dan asked, Want to take in a movie, or shall we drive over to Blairsville and see your brother? A smile formed on Mary's lips. Let's drive. It's a nice evening. Okay. When they got to the corner of Main and Forest Streets, a newsboy called to Dan. Something's the matter over at the Merchants' Bank, Mr. O'Hara. A bunch of cops just went in. Dan flipped his hand toward the boy. Thanks, Shorty. You're my pal. He took Mary by the elbow and quickened his pace. Let's take a look. Probably just a couple of guys in an argument, but you never can tell. Mary smiled eagerly. Let's go. Dan put his shoulder and elbows to the crowd which had gathered in the doorway of the Merchants' Bank. Inside the door they were stopped by Officer Toller. She with you, O'Hara? Toller asked, jabbing his forefinger at Mary. Sure thing, Dan grinned. She writes the stuff Mrs. Toller reads in the Dispatch. Society news. Toller nodded. Oh, yeah, sure. Mary Altman, meet Officer Toller. What's all the excitement? Prosecutor Brighton either committed suicide or was murdered. Wow, where? In his law office on the 4th floor. Who's up there? Wilkes. How long ago did it happen? The call came in about 5 minutes ago. Who reported it? Listen, Dan, you'll have to get your stuff from Wilkes. He's giving out the dope, and you know how sore he'd be if I spoke out of turn. Dan looked at Mary. Do you think you want to go up there? It might be kind of gory. Mary's eyes were steady under his gaze, but her voice quavered slightly. I can take it. Dan gave her a meager smile. Okay then, let's go. You can be the little pitcher with the big ears. Dan walked over to one of the bronze doors leading to the elevator cars and pressed a button. He stepped back to wait. The pink marble walls were a familiar sight, as was the cigar stand which one-armed Joe Fisher owned. The stand was just inside the street door. At the far end of the lobby was a stairway, and opposite the bottom stair was a large, heavy glass door leading into Baxter's drugstore. You'll have to climb, Dan, Toller said. Wilkes stopped the elevators. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out. Everybody just stays put. Dan took Mary's arm. Up we go then, Mary. Patrolman Walters, stationed at the far end of the lobby guarding the doorway into Baxter's, nodded to them. Hi, Dan. Hi, Walters. Hot, isn't it? Yep, but not too bad in here. The draft makes a nice breeze. Mary started up the stairs, flushed with nervous excitement. This was just like being on general assignment, even though Dan was really covering it. Maybe she would see something that would be a clue, and she could tell the police. Then Mr. Falls would see what a good gal she'd be on a news beat. But that was movie stuff. Still, it could happen. At the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, Dan stopped. Not so fast, Mary. There's no rush. They'll still be there when we arrive. I'm no mountain climber with this bum knee. I'd make a better babysitter. Mary's lips twitched in a shadowy smile. Well, you just might get around to that, too, Mr. O'Hara. Dan regarded her with fond eyes. Now you're talking, Mary. Getting some sense. Think more on that subject. Mary made a face at him. I didn't know Mr. Brighton had an office in this building. I thought it was in the courthouse. Dan put a shoulder point against the wall and lighted a cigarette. It is, but 6 years ago, before he was elected prosecutor, he was in partnership with Dave Morledge. They had an office on the 4th floor here. Mortledge died 2 years ago, but Brighton still keeps the office, uses it for private business." "Law?" "Could be." Mary looked surprised. "What business if not law?" "All kinds. Rumor has it he's into a lot of things that people would like to know about. Say, Mary, when we get to the office, don't go barging in. It may not be a pretty sight." Mary looked at him with pursed lips. "I told you I can take it." Dan sensed her excitement and smiled. "Ever seen a man that's been killed, bloody and all?" "Certainly." She paused. "In the movies." Dan looked at her tenderly. "But, honey, this isn't a movie. This will be the real thing, without any cleanup. You'd better stay outside while I go in to see what's up." "Uh-uh." Mary shook her head vehemently. "I asked Mr. Falls to put me on general assignment. This will prove I can do it." Dan shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, pal, you asked for it. By the way, why don't you do a feature, something like, 'How it feels to cover my first murder'?" Mary wrinkled her nose. "Corn. It wouldn't make much of a story. And anyway, we don't even know if it's murder." "True enough. Well, let's wait and see." Mary looked questioningly at Dan. "Do murders affect you after being in the war and all?" He hesitated a moment. "War is different, Mary. Everything around you is all shot to pieces. You're so scared and tired yourself that you don't think much about the dead. They're just part of the picture. But it's different when you walk into a nice clean room and see a dirty job lying on the floor. It hits you hard. I know. I've seen 4 or 5 this past year. I still think you ought to wait outside." "No." Again Dan shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, then." Mary took a step forward. "Hadn't we better get up there?" "The show will keep. I like it this way, just you and me." "Come on, let's get going." Mary started up the next flight of stairs. Dan pushed open the fire door at the landing of the 4th floor and let Mary step past him into the corridor. 2 uniformed policemen stood before an open door at the end of the hall. As Mary and Dan moved along, their heels clacked with a hollow sound on the terrazzo floor. When they passed a door marked "Women," Dan reached out and turned the knob and pushed the door slightly open. "Hey!" Mary cried. Dan grinned and pulled the door shut. "Just wanted to make sure it wasn't locked." Mary shot him a sharp look. "I don't catch." "You will." Mary smiled to herself. She knew what he meant. He was trying to frighten her. Dan was just like Mr. Falls. He didn't want her to leave the society department for general news. Dan didn't realize how tiresome and boring society writing could be. The table was decorated artistically. The bride wore her grandmother's wedding gown. The Whartons entertained 60 at the country club. She could write the stuff in her sleep. But this now was news. This was life. It could even be fun if it didn't mean a lot of sadness for some people. She thought quickly of Mr. Brighton's family and friends. Well, if she were going to be handling a general news beat, she couldn't allow herself to get sentimental. She'd just have to learn to be casual about such things. "Hi, Pete. Hi, Nolan. This is Mary Altman," Dan said when they reached the open door and the 2 funereal-faced policemen on duty. "She's from the Dispatch, too." The men nodded. Dan stepped ahead of Mary into the reception room, blocking her view momentarily. Then he stepped aside and she came up beside him. Harvey Wilkes, chief of detectives, stood in the doorway to an inner office, apparently deep in his own thoughts, while he watched the pictures being taken and fingerprints lifted. If he was aware of their presence, he did not show it. Wilkes, middle-aged, medium height, spare of build, with pale brown eyes and a neatly clipped mustache, stood motionless. Dan knew he would remain preoccupied until he was able to remember, compare, and organize every detail of what he had seen and heard up to this point. Wilkes worked that way, cautiously, slowly, pensively. Lieutenant Davis of the Detective Bureau stood beside Wilkes. He was a big, heavy-set man. The heat was making him sweat profusely. Even in plain clothes he looked like a policeman. The easy yet alert way he carried himself, the manner in which his eyes darted around the room, taking in everything, the bulky shoulders in his coat, made that way to accommodate a shoulder holster. A look of annoyance started to creep into Davis's eyes when he saw Mary and Dan. However, discipline took over, and he gave him a curt nod, forcing a half smile as he left the room. After what seemed to Mary to be a very long time, Chief Wilkes stepped forward, his face set in the cynical expression of one who has viewed much of life and didn't expect any good from it. Knowing Mary, Wilkes nodded to both of them. "Wally?" Dan questioned. Wilkes half turned and threw his head back, indicating the inner office. "Yes, he's in there." "How long ago did it happen?" "Less than a half hour, we think." "Anyone call a priest? Brighton was a Catholic, you know." "I never thought of it," Wilkes said. "I'll phone Father Scully at St. Joseph's. It's the nearest." "Thanks, O'Hara." Dan made the phone call and returned to where Wilkes was standing. "What's the dope?" Wilkes thrust a thin, bony, sandily freckled wrist from his coat sleeve and looked at his watch. "Joe Fisher says Wally and his brother, Sam, passed the newsstand in the foyer about 5 to 8. They took the elevator up. Joe remembers hearing the courthouse bell ring right afterward. Sam came down in about 10 or 15 minutes, so it was after that. I put it any time after 8:10. "Who found the body?" "Vance Adams. He called headquarters at 8:23. Dan looked questioningly at Wilkes, who slowly took off his silver-rimmed spectacles, cleaned them, and put them on again. "So you'd say Brighton was murdered sometime between 8:10 and 8:23? Wilkes shook his head. "I didn't say he'd been murdered. Looks more like suicide to me." O'Hara's eyes raised quizzically. "How'd Adam happen to find him?" Wilkes made a wry, puckish face. "Said he had an appointment, that Brighton called him this morning and asked if he could drop in a few minutes this evening and see him. Adams is downstairs in his own office now. I'm not through questioning him yet." "Then you're not sure it was suicide?" Dan asked. Wilkes dropped his head slightly, his high forehead arched with even corrugations, and his eyes twisted upward to look over his glasses. "No one's ever sure in a case like this. It looks like suicide, but he could have been murdered. Can't rule that out this early. According to what I've heard, there are plenty who would like to have done this. I'm having a paraffin test made of Wally's hand. That might give us the answer, though I don't expect much from it." Dan nodded. "How was he killed?" "Shot in the temple, at close range, by a .32 caliber Colt automatic." Dan nodded again. Mary marveled at the callous approach of the two men. But she thought, when you've been in on this sort of a thing a number of times, it probably gets to be routine. Mary twitched the sleeve of Dan's coat. "What's a paraffin test?" "It's a test for powder nitrates. When you shoot a revolver, there's a certain amount of flashback through the cylinders that leaves some powder nitrates on the hand that pulls the trigger. Paraffin is put on the hand and lifted off. If there's powder there, you've just shot a revolver." "That's simple enough," Mary said. "Sometimes it's called a cordite test. Chances are that nothing will show in this case because an automatic pistol was used, and it has no cylinder for a flashback to come through." Dan walked lightly across the carpeted floor toward the inner office. Mary followed immediately, because she knew if she waited to think about what she was going to see, she wouldn't be able to make her legs move. Through the open doorway, Dan could see the body of Wally Brighton on the floor beside a large flat-topped desk on which lay a scattering of papers. The body was curled up on its side, knees pulled up. One arm was flung outward toward an automatic pistol at the tips of the partially outstretched fingers. Brighton's other hand clutched the silver crucifix of a black rosary, while a broken piece lay on the floor. An unsmoked cigarette and a cigarette lighter had fallen under the desk. When Dan stepped closer, he could see powder burns around the bullet hole in the temple. He also noticed what remained of a torn sheet on the desk memorandum pad. What he saw was others, next line, AMS. Mary followed Dan into the room and stepped to one side to look around his broad back. For a moment, horror, fascination, and disbelief held her frozen. At first it looked as if Brighton might be sleeping, until she noticed the gaping mouth and staring eyes. The curly black hair was matted with blood, and a brown stain had formed on the light green carpet. Mary shivered. Something seemed to hit her hard in the midriff, and her hand flew to her mouth. For a moment she had a feeling of faintness. Dan looked at her and caught the quick expression, startled, almost pleading, in her eyes. He put his arm around her waist and led her out, Then he pointed to the doorway down the corridor. Mary ran. Dan put his lighter to a cigarette. A slight grin appeared on Officer Nolan's face. "First time?" Dan nodded. "It's tough for me every time," Nolan said. Dan remained at the outer door. He had just finished his cigarette when Mary returned. He looked at her with concern. She smiled weakly and gave an exasperated little gasp of forced laughter. "I didn't do so well, did I?" "You did okay, Mary." They seated themselves on visitors' chairs in the reception room and watched Wilkes go to Brighton's desk and search through the drawers. Dan felt he wouldn't have much success, as Wally Brighton would have been too smart to leave any damaging papers around. A few minutes later, Davis came in and handed Wilkes a sheet of paper. "Here's Sergeant Jones' list of everyone who's been in the building since 8 o'clock, as well as he could find out from the elevator man, the janitor, and Fisher at the newsstand. There's 14 names." Wilkes studied the list. "We can temporarily eliminate 7 of these. Let Jones question them." "Which 7?" Davis asked. Wilkes continued to study the list. "Fisher. He's got a job at his own newsstand and has probably been working at it all the time. Same goes for the 2 scrubwomen, as well as the janitor and the 2 elevator men, and Wally Brighton's brother Sam. That leaves Anderson and his secretary on this floor, Vance Adams, who found the body, Art Short, Doc Larkins, Tippaloo, and Mrs. Brighton." The names of Tippaloo and Mrs. Brighton were the only 2 who could be directly linked with Brighton in Wilkes' mind. What had Mrs. Brighton been doing here? And Happy Tippaloo? He knew Tippaloo dropped in to see Wally occasionally. He didn't know what their relations were, but he figured it wasn't about the numbers racket. Happy was Mr. Bug in Merton, and he didn't invite any outside interests. Could Wally have been Tippaloo's silent partner? Wilkes wet his upper lip with the tip of his tongue. He was on the verge of mentioning his suspicion to Davis and then decided against it. He must keep an open mind. He had to be careful. Wilkes gave Davis the straight, sharp look of one who had made his judgment but wasn't ready to express it. "Put the word out to pick up Tippaloo." "Yes, sir." "And then we better question the other 5 here in the building." Davis nodded. "If it's murder, it could be any one of them. But I put my money on Tippaloo." Wilkes weighed the answer and accepted it without comment. Davis always made things simple. He always jumped at the obvious. There must be others in town who belonged on that list. Davis reached for the desk phone. It was the first move toward picking up Happy Tippaloo. After he had cradled the phone, Davis walked over to Dan and Mary. "You 2 spending the night here?" "Hardly," Mary replied. Dan grinned. "Just waiting for you guys to come up with the answers. We've got a story to write." Davis grunted. "Looks like you'll wait a while." "You notified his brother Sam yet?" "We're looking for him." "He told me late this afternoon that he was going to the palace tonight to get out of the heat." Davis raised his eyebrows. "Yeah?" He walked over to the doorway. "Nolan, Sam Brighton's over at the palace. Go get him." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 2. It was 8:45 p.m. when Detective Sam Brighton walked rapidly into the reception room of his brother's office. His grim, taut expression contradicted his hurried movements, as if the wish to reach his brother was fighting the desire to avoid facing the reality of sudden death. Wilkes laid a restraining hand on his arm to keep him from rushing into the inner office. "Nolan told you?" Sam's lips trembled. He nodded, then forced his lower lip between his teeth, swallowed determinedly, and asked, "Did you call a priest, Wilkes?" "O'Hara called one from St. Joseph's. He's on his way now." Sam's shoulders lowered slightly. He breathed audibly, as if relieved, and took a step toward the inner office. Again Wilkes put a hand on his arm. "I phoned Wally's home to notify Mrs. Brighton, but got no answer." Wilkes paused, then added, "Sam, why don't you go home and stay with your mother? She'll need you. We'll take care of this end." Sam considered what Chief Wilkes said before he replied. "That's nice of you, Wilkes, but I'm not leaving until I know the details. Got any ideas who might have done it?" Wilkes raised a questioning shoulder and hesitated before replying. "Looks a lot as if he did it himself." Sam pulled his arm away from Wilkes' hand. "He'd never do that. Never." Chief Wilkes gave Sam a straight look. "It's one possibility, Sam. But then, he may have been murdered. We're considering both angles. I have a paraffin test of Wally's hand. It might give us definite proof." Sam turned abruptly and walked into the inner office. He readily saw why Wilkes said it appeared to be a suicide. "You see what I mean, Sam?" Wilkes said as he followed him into the inner room. "Powder burns. He was shot at very close range." Sam nodded and then pointed to the cigarette and lighter that had fallen under the desk. "How'd they get there?" Wilkes shrugged again. "I've been wondering about them, too. Cigarettes obviously from the pack on the desk." "He could have been lighting up when he was shot," Sam said. Wilkes raised his eyebrows questioningly. "And saying his rosary at the same time?" Sam rubbed his moist hand wearily across his forehead. There were too many unanswered questions. But of one thing he felt sure. Wally had not committed suicide, not when he was still carrying his rosary with him. Turning to Wilkes, he asked, "Do you have the names of everyone who was in the building tonight?" "Yes," Wilkes replied. He handed Sam the list. Sam's eyes moved quickly over the names, then returned to scrutinize each one as he stood in deep thought. When he looked up, he found Wilkes eyeing him intently. "Mean anything to you?" Wilkes asked. Sam shook his head. The confusion in his mind kept him immobile, speechless. He had noted that his own name was on the list, also that of Vera, Wally's wife. He handed the paper back to Wilkes and again looked down at his dead brother. A feeling of futility swept over him as he stood motionless. He had failed Wally. He should have made him see how the course he was following was bound to end this way. He was older. He should have tried to stop Wally the first time he heard rumors of how he was using his office to blackmail people. It was fairly easy for a prosecutor to conduct a trial so that the accused would go free, if enough money came through to make it worthwhile. Had Wally really been doing this? Sam shook his head as if to remove the ugly thought, but it did no good. Why, that very afternoon Wally had as much as admitted that he was a blackmailer. If only he had tried harder then to convince him of his error. Sam's accusing thoughts raced through his mind. What a day it had been! It had started out all wrong when Wally hadn't appeared at 7 o'clock Mass at St. Mary's, as he promised Mom he would. He could still see the sad look in her eyes as she walked with him to his parked car. "I thought Wally would be at Mass today. He said he'd try to be with us," Mrs. Brighton said. "Yeah, I know. But look, Mom, you've got to remember that Wally's a busy guy. He probably dropped in at St. Peter's with the rest of the aristocrats from his side of town." There was a hopeful ring in his mother's voice. "You think he did?" Sam didn't, but he wanted to spare his mother's feelings. "Wally's awfully busy, Mom." "No one's too busy to go to Mass and Holy Communion on First Friday." "He probably went." "Well, I wish he'd drive over and go with us once in a while like he used to." "That's clear across town, Mom, a half-hour drive. And then I say, why go slumming?" "Hush, Sam. Don't talk like that. There's nothing wrong with this neighborhood. And old St. Mary's. Why, the Murphys, the Flicks, the Hannigans, the—" "Sure, I know, Mom. They're still our neighbors and they're all swell people, too. But—" Sam opened the door of his car and helped his mother into the seat. Talking about the neighbors was safe ground. He'd better try to keep it there. He didn't want any more talk about Wally. While they rode down the street toward their home, Sam glanced out the side window and saw small, neat homes crowded between encroaching factories and stores. "I wish you'd let me build us a house out on the south side, a nice modern job." Mrs. Brighton frowned. "There's nothing wrong with our home, and the way you've got it fixed up now is plenty modern enough for me." Sam felt he had been evasive with his mother that morning, and now he could see where he had been wrong again that afternoon when he talked with Wally. He had been thinking off and on all day about the rumors he heard about his brother, bits of conversation among men of the force, only bits because everyone usually clammed up when he approached. Around 4 o'clock, as he was looking out the windows of the Detective Bureau, he saw his brother come out of the courthouse. He decided then and there to take the matter up with Wally. With a quick movement, he grabbed his coat and slipped into it while he hurried out of the building in pursuit of his brother. He swept past the benches under the elm trees which surrounded the red brick courthouse. He hardly noticed the children playing on the cannon, a relic of the Civil War. A block ahead on the northwest corner of the square, he saw Wally, who had stopped to talk to Happy Tupelo. The delay enabled Sam to overtake him within the next block. "Hi, Wally," Sam said. He jerked his head backward in the direction Tupelo had gone. "Not particular who you're seen with in public, are you?" Wally forced a laugh. "He votes, and so do the rest of his gang." "You're a hard guy to catch these days. Seems I never see you anymore. That's why I chased you down the street when I saw you coming out of the courthouse." "Glad you did." Sam was conscious of the pleasant warmth of Wally's persuasive charm. "Let's go into the courthouse tavern and have a drink." Sam wanted to say, "Let's skip it, Wally. From what I hear, you're drinking too much." But that sort of talk wouldn't get him any place. Sam smiled and nodded. "Sure, okay." The television at the end of the room was giving out news between beer ads as they sat down at a table by the door. While they waited for their orders, Sam leaned across the table and talked in a low tone, his words full of purpose and feeling. "Being First Friday today, Mom and I went to Mass this morning. For some reason, Mom kind of thought she'd see you there. She'd have liked that a lot. Did you tell her you'd come?" Wally turned for a moment to stare moodily at the television screen. "She phoned me yesterday and asked me. I said I'd try. Or maybe I told her I'd be there. I don't remember. But good grief, Sam, it means I'd have to drive clear across town. You could explain that to her, couldn't you?" "I did. I told her you probably went to St. Peter's. You did, didn't you?" Wally shook his head. "No, I didn't have time. The fact of the matter is, Sam, I'm so busy I don't know which way to turn." Sam looked steadily at his brother. "You worried about something, Wally?" Wrinkles gathered in Wally's forehead before he replied. "You'd worry too if you had my job." "Maybe, but it looks to me as if it's all pretty much cut and dried, isn't it?" "It may look that way to you, but it isn't." Sam could see that honesty, simplicity, and directness were no longer a part of Wally's manner. He wondered if he should say anything more. Wally might get angry and lose his temper. Then he'd get nowhere with him. With an attempt at lightness, Sam said, "Suppose you could drop around on Sunday and go to church with us. We go to 10 o'clock Mass. How about picking us up? Mom would like that." Wally's voice was soft and reserved. It was the tone he used when he wanted to turn men to his will. "You know how it is, Sam. I keep saying to myself that I've got to go with you and Mom once in a while like I used to. But you know how it is." "No, how is it?" After the words were out, Sam was sorry he'd said them. Wally looked up, his mouth puckered with surly humor. "I'm always too busy." "Too busy to go to Mass on Sundays?" "I go often enough to keep my political fences repaired." "Is that the only reason?" There was mockery in Wally's voice. "Can you name a better one?" Any hope that Sam had entertained of influencing his brother changed to dull, sick apprehension. He couldn't believe that Wally would talk this way. The tightness in his throat grew to the point where he could hardly speak. After a bit he said, "I thought maybe it was because of Vera that you didn't get around to visiting Mom or going to Mass with us anymore." Wally scowled. "Vera doesn't care what I do. Even though she doesn't go to any church herself, she never objects to what I do." "She's only been with you once to visit Mom since you got married more than 2 years ago." "Vera's terribly busy, Sam." Sam nodded. "I know, but then isn't everyone? Maybe if you'd make a little more effort." "You trying to tell me how to run my life?" Sam shook his head. "No, I just thought maybe you could crowd in a few minutes for Mom. She's getting old, you know." While Sam talked, Wally couldn't help observing the hope and expectancy in his face. He knew Sam was sincere in what he was asking, yet he didn't like it. He wanted to be left alone. "You're asking the impossible, Sam. I can't do any more than I am doing." Sam's forehead contracted into a frown. "I hope all you're doing is on the up and up. You know there's a lot of talk around about you using your office." Wally glanced up at his brother quickly and then lowered his eyes. All Sam could see was the top of his head, where light from the television glinted blue on his curly black hair. When Wally spoke, his voice was low and bitter, and seemed to come out of the bottom of his throat. He kept his head down, eyes intent on tracing the grain of the wood of the tabletop with his fingertips. "I don't like your tone, Sam. You know a man in public office is always the butt of scandalmongers. You mind your own affairs and I'll take care of mine. I suspect that you've been digging around." "I haven't been doing any digging. You have my word on that," Sam said. "I just said that people are talking. I hear the other men on the police force, and I get enough to know it's about you, and what they say isn't a compliment. When they see me, they shut up. Just give me your word that you're not pulling any shady deals, and I'll never mention this to you again. In fact, why don't you take the bull by the horns, admit that you've heard these rumors yourself, and demand an investigation of your office? That would stop all this talk." Wally scowled. "I told you before, keep your nose out of my affairs. If I find you poking around, doing any investigating on your own, I'll see that you are put back in uniform on a beat in the factory district." "You wouldn't do that." "And why wouldn't I?" Wally asked with an upward jerk of his head that brought his eyes level with his brother's. Sam hesitated. "Well, for one reason, Vera couldn't stand to have a brother-in-law of hers in uniform. You know that as well as I do. Why, that's—" "Don't kid yourself," Wally cut in. "Vera has learned to mind her own business, something you better start doing." "Maybe she's found living with you a rougher bargain than she planned. You know people say you married her for her social position, just because her father is a judge, and because they've always been well fixed. I think—" "I don't care what you think, or what anyone else thinks. I don't—" "But I do," Sam interrupted. "I don't like these rumors about your integrity. I know as prosecutor you pick up a lot of dirt on a lot of people, and it could be so easy to make it pay to keep the dirt from showing." Wally cocked an eyebrow at Sam. "Just what rumors have you been hearing that have you so upset?" "There's talk that you've been selling out in some of your cases. I know Chief Wilkes, for one, is sore about that last one. He worked hard on it and brought in enough evidence to put the guy in the chair." "And just when did Harvey Wilkes become competent to judge what is sufficient evidence to get a conviction of first-degree murder?" "He's been a cop for a long time, Wally. He knows his stuff. Believe me, Wilkes is one smart guy." "Maybe he's too smart." "What do you mean?" "Just this, that if he gets shooting his mouth off about my being satisfied with a second-degree verdict, I'll take care of him. If he's getting too big for his britches, I'll cut him a pair that will fit. Nice blue uniform pants." "You couldn't do that, and you know it. You're just talking big." Wally gave Sam a smile, narrow and tight against his teeth. "Norris County may not be the biggest nor the wealthiest county in Ohio, but what there is of it, I run. What I say goes. I've worked hard to get in the place I'm in, and no small fry like Wilkes is going to push me out. You may tell him so for me. But Davis and Wilkes both worked on that last case. They said—" They said. I know they said it. They told me. But could they prove it? You know better than to think I'd shake down anyone." Sam's eyebrows came together in a fleeting scowl. "No, Wally, I don't. And I don't seem to understand you any more. There's getting to be a bad smell about too many things you've been doing lately. You can't get by with it forever. Sooner or later—" Sam paused. "Sooner or later what?" Wally demanded. "A grand jury will crack down on you." Sam watched his brother closely as he made the last statement. He noted that the smooth surface was beginning to wear thin. Wally was worried. Small, sudden flashes of wildness shot through his dark eyes, and an overlay of sweat appeared on his high forehead. "I told you, Sam, to keep out of my affairs." There was a bitter crispness in his voice as he strained to keep it low. Sam made no immediate reply, but looked squarely into his brother's eyes for a long moment. "I'm going to tell you something, Wally," Sam began slowly. As sure as I'm sitting here, you are heading for trouble. It's getting to the point where no one will trust you. If there is any truth in these stories, you'd better stop whatever is starting them. Because before I'll let you do anything to bring disgrace and shame home to Mom, I'll stop you, myself." Sam's face was tense as he said the last word. Disbelief was etched on Wally Brighton's face as he said in a low voice, "How?" Sam slowly shook his head. "Does that matter?" The waiter came with their drinks. Wally downed his without bracing himself for it to hit. Sam knew that his wasn't his first drink of the afternoon. Sam's mind raced in a futile attempt to understand his brother. What had changed him so much in the past couple of years? He didn't seem to be able to reach him at all anymore. It was as if Wally had climbed to a height from which he was trying to dominate everything and everyone. Although each brother knew that the other was keeping his true feelings in check, Wally felt the weight of Sam's will, and for the first time in his life he was scared. He fumbled for a cigarette and flipped a flame from a pocket lighter before he answered. "You're talking like a goon, Sam." Wally's voice rose. "And don't try to be so self-righteous and tough. As for me ever bringing scandal home to Mom, don't worry, I can keep my skirts clean." "Keep your voice down," Sam said. "The bartender is listening." Wally cast the bartender a belligerent look. "Let him listen. I'm not worried about him hearing what I've got to say. What I'm worried about is that you'll jump to some rash conclusion about my business affairs and do something that we'll all be sorry for. That would really bring disgrace home to Mom." "Meaning what?" "That you were just now threatening to kill me." "I didn't say that." "You implied it. How else would you stop me?" Sam gave a short, forced laugh. "Forget it. I meant nothing of the kind." When Wally made no further comment, Sam looked at him closely to try to read from his expression just what he was thinking. He seemed to have lost all tension, but two small signals told Sam that his brother wasn't liking any part of the conversation. The upward stroke of his lip corners as if he were about to smile, and the way he worried the glass on the table with his long, well-kept fingers. After a long moment, Wally asked, "Have another beer?" Sam shook his head. "No, thanks. I've had enough." They stood up to leave, in awkward silence between them, until Sam said with a depth of feeling, "Don't let the things we've just said get between us. Let's—" Wally's nostrils quivered with anger. "You've had your say, and it sure was a mouthful. Let's get out of here." He turned and walked abruptly away. Sam followed. Out on the sidewalk, Wally continued on his way without another word, while Sam watched him, his own spirit torn between pity and regret. He was sorry he had talked to Wally. It had done no good. And now when Sam recalled this conversation, the splinters of memory were like poisoned barbs. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 3. "He's in here, Doc." Chief Wilkes' voice brought Sam back to the present with a bitter jolt. Dr. Platt, the coroner, squeezed Sam's forearm as he stepped around him to view the body. "Sorry about this, Sam." Sam Brighton nodded, but made no reply. The coroner worked swiftly. He was eager to get back to the bridge game that had been interrupted when he received the police call. After he concluded his examination of the body, Dr. Platt looked at Wilkes. "Suicide?" he questioned. "Looks like it," Wilkes replied, "but Sam is positive it's murder." The coroner nodded. "Could be, that's true. Let's make it by person or persons unknown for the time being." Wilkes moved his head slowly in agreement. "That's what it will have to be." "Inquest tomorrow at 3? Is that okay?" Again Wilkes nodded. "All right." "Get all your pictures because I want the body right away. I'll phone you a report on the bullet as soon as I retrieve it." "Good." Wilkes and Dr. Platt both stepped aside when they saw Father Scully enter the office. The priest knelt immediately beside the body and pronounced conditional absolution. After he finished the prayers, Father Scully walked over to Sam. "I'm sorry, Sam." He held out his hand. It was so sudden, Father, but I'm sure it wasn't suicide. It couldn't be." "That will have to be determined." "I know, Father, but if he could only have lived long enough to receive the last sacraments. He didn't know." "We never know, Sam, what goes through a person's mind at the last few seconds of life, or just how long he may have had before he died." Sam's mind was confused. If only he had tried harder to understand Wally. If only he had urged him to. Seeing the despairing look on Sam's face, Father Scully continued, "God is merciful, Sam. Pray for his soul and go home now and comfort your mother. She'll need you. I'll stop in to see her after Mass tomorrow morning." "Thanks, Father." As the priest moved quietly out of the office, Sam remained motionless, as if debating what to do next. His eyes swept across his brother's desk again. He knew he should go home to be with his mother, but maybe if he stuck around he'd get a chance to investigate what Wally had in the desk. There might be some incriminating evidence. Only an hour ago Wally had admitted he was planning a deal. Less than 60 minutes ago his brother had been alive and talking with him in this very room. Talking, and not pleasant talk either. Sam could still hear Wally's voice, hard as steel. "Sam, one thing you've got to learn is that the hand of man is raised against you, me, everyone, all the time. There isn't any mercy in the world. Don't be a sucker. Get what you can while you're here." He paused a moment to look at Sam. "Don't look so shocked, Sam. I'm going to quit it all soon, after just one more deal. It's a good one, too good to let slide through my fingers." "What deal? Is it on the level?" Sam asked. Wally looked at his brother with a steady gaze. "What deal is on the level? Everyone is out to do someone else. I've been thinking a lot about what you said this afternoon. I'm willing to concede that you've got a point, but I want you to concede that I have one too. A man gets what he makes for himself in this world. It's the fellow who does what he wants with everything he has at hand and isn't afraid, who really gets what he's after." "I don't follow you, Wally. Less philosophy and more facts." Wally looked carefully at Sam and assumed a lazy, idle manner. He was pleased with himself and amused at what Sam had just said. He smiled tolerantly. "I can't come out and tell you just what this deal is, but suppose I put it as a hypothetical question. Supposing a very solid citizen had been a rat some 25 years ago. Now it comes to your attention. What would you do about it?" "Depends on how much of a rat he'd been," Sam said. "Does that really matter? A rat is a rat, and the past is the past." "And you plan to collect on his future?" Sam said tersely. He shuddered now as he recalled his brother's answer. "Now you're getting smart, Sam." "I don't like it, Wally. You're heading for trouble. From the talk that's been going around, you have done this before, so why tell me about it now?" Irritation showed in Wally Brighton's face, but in an instant it vanished. He smiled and continued without his usual irony. "I told you I've done some heavy thinking. I've got this all figured out. Nobody's hurt, and nobody's going to be hurt. Only I'll get some extra cash for my trouble from a man who got it dishonestly." Sam's eyes grew dark. "Why don't you quit now before you get into a jam? From what I can see, you wouldn't wind up in the poorhouse. Why put this guy through the ringer if he's behaving himself? It might be a bit of Christian charity on your part." "Christian charity, nothing. I have no use for it. This man should be made to pay for what he's done. What difference does it make whether he pays me or society? The point is he's being made to pay, and I'm going to collect a few thousand." "It's no good, Wally." "Listen, Sam, this is an easy fix. All I ask of you is to smother anything that might crop up. Why, I'll even cut you in." "No." Wally lifted his shrewd eyes. "Why? Can't you use a little extra cash, or are you jealous of what I've got?" "I'm not jealous, you know that. Fact is, I could be real proud of you, Wally, if I thought what you have, you got honestly. But remember, you've got to live with yourself. Once it's done, it leaves a mark on you, and you're piling up plenty on your conscience. You can't call back the past, remember that." Wally laughed ironically. "Pretty talk, Sam, but no money in it. Now about this last proposition. All I'll get out of it is some cash and a big laugh. But what I want you to know is that I'm retiring after this one deal, so don't go poking around. If you do see anything, cover up." Sam slapped his open hand on Wally's desk. "I'll do no covering up." Wally Brighton's voice became soft and persuasive. "Take your time, Sam. Think it over. Keep in mind, however, I'm retiring as prosecutor when this term is up. By the way, I'll let you in on a little secret, but I want you to keep it under your hat for a few months. I'm going to be the new county judge." "In whose place?" "Bradstreet's." "Isn't he going to run again?" Wally laughed. "He might, but if he does, I'll beat him." "Don't be too sure." High-tension sparks were in Wally's voice. "What do you mean, don't be too sure? Of course I'm sure, or I wouldn't run." "You've lost a lot of votes lately. People don't have confidence in you anymore." Wally forced another laugh. "People? A bunch of sheep. You don't understand politics, Sam. I've got this judge's job in the palm of my hand. All I want you to do is think over what I've just told you." Sam's voice rose and his face flushed with anger. "There's nothing to think over." He stood up, his quick movement adding a finality to his words that Wally didn't like. "Look, Sam, supposing we both give some thought to what we've just talked about. I doubt if we'll ever see eye to eye, but maybe you've got something. Maybe the thing for me to do now is really to let justice take its course. After all, a judge stands for justice, and—" Sam's bitter, confused thoughts were jarred by the ringing of the telephone. He looked past Wilkes to the outer room to see Davis reach the phone in 4 long strides. Davis's jaw dropped while he listened. He put the phone back on the desk and turned to Wilkes. "Another homicide, Chief, out on Brentwood Avenue near St. James Church." "Who is it?" "A guy named Clarence Duffield." Wilkes frowned. "Mean anything to you?" Davis thought for a moment and shook his head from side to side. "No, don't know anybody by that name." Wilkes looked over at Dan O'Hara, still seated with Mary in the reception room. "Know anybody by the name of Duffield, O'Hara?" Dan turned the name over in his mind a moment before he replied. "Doesn't ring a bell with me." Without further hesitation, Wilkes moved to the outside door. "Guess I'd better get out there and have a quick look around. You sit on the lid here, Davis. Nobody leaves the building until I get back. I'll take Murphy along." Davis nodded importantly. Observing Davis's attitude, Wilkes added, "Don't question anyone until I get back. I'll make it as fast as I can." Sam Brighton's eyes again swept the top of his brother's desk as he stood in the doorway to the reception room. There'd be no more of a chance to go through the papers with Davis there than there would be with Wilkes around. He turned to Wilkes. "I'm going with you, Chief. There may be some connection between these 2 murders." Wilkes looked sharply at Dan. "You holding out on me, Sam? Do you know this man Duffield?" "No, never heard of him." Sam's mind was working fast. Could Duffield be the "brat" that Wally referred to, and had the plan backfired somehow? It didn't make sense, though. Wally said the man was a solid citizen, and surely someone here. Wilkes, Dan, O'Hara, Davis, or himself would know him. It was a crazy idea. There couldn't be any connection between this new homicide and Wally's death. He'd better do as Wilkes suggested earlier, go home and be with Mom. As Wilkes left the room, Dan stood up and took Mary by the hand. "Come on, brat. We're heading for the church. To cover another murder." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. 4. Mary's eyes were round with excitement as she watched Dan calmly light a cigarette before unlocking his car door. "I always thought in a case like this that reporters made a mad dash to the scene of the crime. You're certainly casual enough." Dan smiled indulgently. "You trying to make like the movies, Mary? There's plenty of time. Give Wilkes a chance to find out some of the facts first. It saves hanging around and waiting so long." Dan paused a moment, then added, "To tell the truth, I did rush the first 2 murders I covered, and all I did was increase my heartbeat and blood pressure." "Okay, front page, Dan, take your time," Mary said as she slid into the seat beside him. They drove out of the polychrome crazy quilt of lights in the business section and headed toward Brentwood Avenue and St. James Church, where Dan parked his car beside the police cruiser in the church grounds. As they walked into the wooded lot which separated the parish property from the neighboring house to the east, Dan saw the strong beam of a flashlight wavering among the trees and heard the discordant barks of a number of dogs. Halfway across the lot they came upon the crumpled body of a man. Dan's gaze moved from the body to Patrolman Swigert, whose flashlight was covering the immediate vicinity. "What else do you know other than his name's Duffield?" Dan asked. Swigert swung the beam of his light on the house beyond the wooded lot. "He was visiting his daughter and son-in-law, a Mr. and Mrs. Rummel, who live over there. He's from Harlow, Missouri. He'd been over to St. James Church and was cutting across the lot when he got shot." "Who found the body?" "Father O'Neill. He was out in the churchyard and saw the flash of the gun when it was fired. He said he waited a minute until he was sure the shooting had stopped. Then he came in here. 2 shots were fired." "Did Father O'Neill see who fired the shots?" Mary asked. "No." "Where is Father O'Neill now?" Dan asked. Again Swigert wavered the beam of his flashlight on the house. "He's in there with Chief Wilkes." Mary kept her eyes averted from the body, but Dan knelt beside it to get a better look. With the beam of the patrolman's light, he saw where one bullet had entered the skull slightly above the right eye, the other over the heart. Small twigs were embedded in the man's thick gray hair. By the texture of the wrinkled skin of his hands and face, Dan judged him to be past 70 years of age. He'd been a big man. All of his character was in his face, even in death. Honesty, steadiness, and a certain grimness of purpose. "There's a powder burn," Dan said. "Yeah," Swigert agreed. "Must have walked right into it at close range." Dan stood up and took Mary by the hand. "Let's go to the house and get the dope from Wilkes." They walked toward an old rectangle house set deep among large trees. A bare ceiling lamp showed a narrow porch which ran across the front and extended to a side door which opened into the kitchen. Dan pulled open the screen door to allow Mary to enter and then followed her. At a table in the center of the room a woman sat sobbing, her head buried in folded arms which rested on the porcelain top. Father O'Neill stood talking quietly to her. Through the doorway leading to the dining room, Dan could see Wilkes talking to a man whom he supposed to be the woman's husband. When the priest saw Dan and Mary enter, he walked up to them. "Hello, Mary. Hello, Dan." The 2 reporters chorused, "Hi, Father." "Understand you were in the churchyard, Father, when the shots were fired," Dan said. Father O'Neill's blue eyes swept the room, and he dabbed a handkerchief at his high forehead, as if getting set to preach a sermon. "Yes, I was. I'd been over to the church, and on leaving I noticed the old gentleman, Mr. Duffield, kneeling in the last pew intent on his prayers." "What time was that?" Dan asked. 8:30. I looked at my watch as I came out the church door." The priest paused, pursed his lips, and thought. "When I got outside, I decided to take a walk in the yard to cool off before going into the rectory. I'd been there about 3 or 4 minutes when Mr. Duffield came out and walked toward this house. He was halfway through the wooded lot when he was killed. 2 shots were fired. I saw the flashes from the gun. In fact, just before I heard the shots, I saw a flashlight snap on, and Mr. Duffield held in his beam for a second. It was then the shots were fired." "Did you see who fired the shots?" Mary asked. "No, Mary, I didn't. I heard someone running away through the underbrush, but there was a great deal of commotion as the dogs out there in the kennels were making a terrific racket. Where the person ran to, I have no idea." There was a moment's silence before Dan asked, "Did I understand you to say, Father, that the dogs didn't start barking until after the shots were fired?" "It's hard to say, Dan. Some of them seem to be barking over there all the time. It's a regular nuisance. I've got to the point where I accept the barking without paying much attention to it. However, after the shots were fired, they were all barking. There's no mistake about that." "You think, though, that whoever murdered Mr. Duffield ran into Idlewood Park?" "That could be, but as I said, there was too much noise from the dogs for me to tell for sure which way the person ran. I presume that it was toward the park, or else Mr. Rummel would have seen him. I did hear a car motor start a couple of minutes later, and someone drive away from within the park." "But you're not sure that the person went into the park?" Mary asked. "Where else could he go?" Dan asked. "All that's back there is the park." "He could have circled toward the front, out onto Brentwood Avenue," Mary said. Dan looked at Father O'Neill. "Do you think that possible, Father?" "I wouldn't know. As I said, the dogs were barking so loudly it was impossible to hear much of anything." Chief Wilkes wiped his forehead with his handkerchief as he walked into the kitchen. "Hot in here, isn't it? I wish Dr. Platt would get here. I want to get back to the Merchant's Bank." Mary's brow wrinkled in a questioning form. "Mr. Wilkes, don't you think it queer that two homicides would happen so close together? Could there be any tie-up?" "Mary's trying to make a real whodunit situation," Dan said. The police chief smiled. "I can't see how there could be any connection between this murder and Wally Brighton's, if he was murdered. The same person couldn't have done both jobs, that's sure. It would have been physically impossible for anyone to leave the bank, get into a car, cross town, park, and get set out here for a second murder in the short time that elapsed between the two shootings." Mary nodded. "That's right, but it seems queer to me." "I think," Father O'Neill said, "that the person who phoned Mrs. Rummel shortly after 8 o'clock and asked for her father may have had something to do with the murder here. He was probably checking to see where Mr. Duffield was." Wilkes looked surprised. "What's that, Father? She didn't say anything about a call. When did she tell you?" "Mrs. Rummel told me about it when I first talked with her before you arrived." "Did she know who the call was from?" Dan asked. "No, she has no idea who it was. When she inquired, the man only laughed and said his name was Smith. He said he was someone her father had met in town, and that he thought he'd drop over to see him if he was home." "What did Mrs. Rummel tell him?" Mary asked. "She told Smith, if that was his real name, that her father had gone over to church, but would surely be home around 8:30. Chief Wilkes worked his lower lip over his upper one for a moment. "Guess I'd better have another talk with Mrs. Rummel." Father O'Neill looked at his watch. "And I'd better get over to the rectory." After the priest left, Wilkes walked over to Mrs. Rummel, her face still buried in her arms. All Mary could see of her was her trim back and her soft, wavy, light brown hair. She felt sorry for her, having to undergo police questioning at a time like this. As Wilkes approached, Mrs. Rummel straightened in the chair, her gray eyes looking out from swollen red lids. "You had a phone call from a man named Smith this evening? What time was that, Mrs. Rummel?" Wilkes questioned. "About 5 minutes after 8. "What did he tell you?" "He wanted Dad, and I told him he was over at church. Dad usually walked over each morning around 8 to say his rosary. I said he should be home around 8:30. "Had your father ever mentioned knowing a man named Smith here?" "No." "Just before your father was shot, you heard a commotion in the kennels. That's right?" Wilkes' voice was even, quiet, but his eyes centered hard on Mrs. Rummel. "Yes." "Was this unusual? I mean, at that time of the evening?" "Oh, no. The dogs are noisy most any time." "When they bark, does it mean a stranger is on your property?" "I wouldn't say that. They bark then, of course, but all they need is to see a rabbit come out of the park or the wooded lot next door, and they'll start yapping." "You mean the dogs bark at rabbits even at night?" "Oh, yes. That's when the rabbits come out to feed. If the dogs can't see them, they smell them." "How long had they been barking before Mr. Rummel went out to quiet them?" "He went out right away, as soon as they started. He knows their barking makes me nervous." Wilkes gave her a sharp glance. "Where were you when you heard the shots?" "In the living room, reading the paper." "Your husband said you were in the kitchen," Wilkes said quickly. Mrs. Rummel looked startled. Her hand made a nervous gesture of pushing back hair from her forehead. "He must be confused. Why, I was in the living room." "What'd you do when you heard the shots?" Nothing at all. I just wondered what it was all about." "And you didn't get up to investigate, to look out the window, or go to the door?" "No." "Your husband was outside and the shots came from outdoors, but still it didn't interest you enough to find out what it meant?" Wilkes' voice had a caustic note. "I was too scared." "Scared? Why were you scared?" "I'm always scared out here, especially at night. It's like being buried in a forest to live around here. The lots on both sides are filled with big trees, and then there's the woods of the park behind us. I'll sure be glad when someone builds a house next door." Wilkes nodded. "That's all for now, Mrs. Rummel." After a glance at his watch, he added, "If you can recall anything your father may have said about this Mr. Smith, or any new acquaintance he may have made here, let me know." If Mrs. Rummel heard him, she made no response. Her head was again buried in her arms on the table-top. Wilkes turned to her husband, who was standing in the doorway to the dining room. "Mr. Rummel, will you try to recall anything that might have led up to this murder of your father-in-law?" Rummel's pallid face twitched. "I have tried, but there's nothing." "If you should remember anything, no matter how trivial it seems to you, let me know." Wilkes then turned to Mary and Dan. "Phew, what a night. Sure is hot." "Yep, it's preheated," Dan said. "Will it be all right for me to ask Mr. Rummel a few questions?" "Sure, go ahead." Dan walked nearer to where Mr. Rummel was standing. "I'd like to ask you a few questions for the dispatch, Mr. Rummel." Rummel looked at Dan, his eyes unfriendly, yet reluctantly honest. "I'll tell you what I know." "Did your father-in-law visit here often?" "No, this was the first time." "You lived here very long, Mr. Rummel?" "About 4 years." Dan gave Rummel a questioning look. "You've lived here 4 years, and this was his first visit?" Rummel ran a hand nervously across his pointed jaw, drew a long breath, and nodded. "That's right. It was quite a long time. But you see, Harlow's quite a piece from here. And then, too, he couldn't get anyone to take care of his store." "What kind of store?" Dan asked. "Corner grocery. Small deal. He'd had it ever since he lost out as sheriff." "When was that?" "About 30 years ago." Dan hesitated as if in search of another question. "Do you know of any reason why a person would want to kill Mr. Duffield?" "No." Rummel shook his head, and then scrubbed his face with a work-scarred hand, frowned, and added, "Why would anyone up around here want to murder him?" "I'm wondering the same thing," Dan said. "You don't suppose somebody was out gunning for you and made a mistake? Took your father-in-law for you?" The question caught Rummel off balance, and he had no ready answer. His eyes sought the corners of the room. From that moment doubt entered his mind. Nothing was positive any more. The silence of the room grew thin, and John Rummel felt the thinness. He looked wildly from Dan to Wilkes to Mary. "I don't know. I never thought of that. Who'd want to kill me?" Dan shrugged his shoulders. "Got any enemies?" Rummel drew in a short breath of smoke and exhaled immediately. "No, not that I know of. It's a silly idea, ain't it?" Dan couldn't make out whether Rummel was telling the truth or not. "Forget it. It was just a thought. Why all the dogs out there?" "I raise Scotties as a hobby." Rummel turned as if to walk away. "Just a minute," Wilkes said. "You told me you went outside just before the 2 shots were fired. Said you went to quiet the dogs. How long were you outdoors when you heard the shots?" "I can't say exactly. Maybe half a minute. Maybe a minute." "The dogs quieted as soon as you got out there?" "A little bit, but they wanted to keep on barking, and I don't know why. I had a hard time with them. They didn't seem to want to stop." "Then what happened?" Wilkes asked. Rummel shifted his position as if to escape Wilkes' eyes. "I started to go back to the house." "You started? What do you mean? Didn't you go in?" "No, not then. Just as I got to the back door, I heard the 2 shots over there in the wooded lot. I heard someone running away toward the park, so I went toward the place where the sound came from. When I got to the trees, I decided I'd better tell my wife what happened, what the shooting was all about. I knew she'd hear the shots and be excited. She's terribly nervous." Wilkes' eyes bore intently on Rummel. "Then you knew it was your father-in-law who'd been shot?" Rummel shook his head. "Oh, no, not then. I just—" "But you said you went into the house to tell your wife what the shooting was all about," Wilkes cut in. Rummel looked around the room with a bewildered gaze. "I know. What I meant was that I wanted to tell my wife that someone in the lot next door had fired the shots. She'd feel better." "Is that a usual occurrence around here?" "No, of course not." "Then why would she feel better?" "Well, I don't know, except she'd know what had happened. That is, she'd know where the shots came from. You always feel better if you know what happened. She'd know it wasn't in our yard and didn't concern us." "But it did concern you," Wilkes said. "I didn't know that then." Wilkes nodded. He wasn't satisfied with Rummel's answers, but he could see he'd get nowhere questioning him right now. Why hadn't Rummel gone into the lot to see what was going on, just like Father O'Neill had? Why had he said he'd turn back to the house after starting for the lot? Rummel's eyes shifted uneasily from Wilkes to Dan. "Any more questions?" "Yes, a couple," Dan replied. "What's your wife's first name?" "Veronica." "Any children?" "No." "That's all from me," Dan said. Then he turned to Mary. "Let's go, pal. I'll get the new dope on this in the morning." Wilkes watched the two reporters go out the back door. The heat of the day, heavy in the small room, lay on him as he listened to Mrs. Rummel sobbing. He wanted to get out of here, too. On the way back to town, Dan turned to Mary. "Well, how do you like a general assignment?" Mary forced a little laugh. "It's wonderful compared to the stodgy stuff I have to cover. But I'll admit, I do feel a bit as if I'd taken a trip through the proverbial ringer." Dan shook his head. "Too bad." Then he grinned. "But I'm glad. I was hoping you'd feel that way." "Why?" "I can't see you as a squirrel cage type." "Meaning?" "Going around and around chasing news like a squirrel in a revolving cage." "Which all goes to show how very little you know about me." Dan laughed. "Don't let it be said I'm not willing to learn more." Mary smiled. "Where do we go from here?" "I'm going back to the Merchants' Bank building, but I'm going to take you home first." "Oh, no, you're not." Mary shook her head. "I'm seeing this thing through, even if I do have to be only an innocent bystander. If you go back to the bank, I go back to the bank." Dan laughed softly. "Okay, honey. I like having you around." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 5. Vance Adams' thoughts were confused as he seated himself at his desk, after Chief Wilkes told him he could go to his office on the floor below to await further questioning. Why did Wilkes want to question him any more? He wasn't a suspect. Or was he? His sandy, curly hair lay tumbled without pattern, and his usually good-humored mouth was pulled down at the corners. He felt he was in for a lot of trouble, and the feeling grew as he waited. With a nervous movement, he looked quickly at his memorandum pad to see what appointments his secretary had made for the next day. Hardly anything of importance. He was glad of that. What if they jailed him? They did that sometimes. They could hold him as a material witness. He shook his head. No, they wouldn't do that unless he was a suspect. Why didn't Wilkes come? Vance stood up for a moment to relieve the tension, then sank back wearily into his desk chair. The police had nothing on him. People were always finding dead men. The fact that he reported finding the body should allay any suspicion. Or was that considered old stuff? Surely not by a man of his reputation and standing in the community. Why, he ran for county prosecutor against Wally Brighton in the last election and almost made it. People would know he wasn't capable of murder. Or would they? As he ran the forefinger of his right hand around his collar, he looked over at the windows. No wonder he was so hot with the windows closed. If he was going to have to sit here indefinitely, he'd better get some air. As he lifted the bottom sash, he recalled the conversation with his brother, R.G., that afternoon as they stood together looking out that same window onto the street below. He had come in from a visit to the courthouse and found his brother standing immobile by the window. When he asked if he was ready to go home, R.G. looked up from his study of the passing crowd 3 stories below and said, There's our county prosecutor, the Honorable Wally Brighton. He certainly is in good company now, talking to that racketeer, Happy Tippolo." Looking over his brother's shoulder, Vance couldn't refrain from saying, "There, but for the matter of a couple thousand votes, am I." RG turned sharply to look at him. "I still don't see why you want that position, Vance. The paltry salary, the work which would entail rubbing shoulders with riffraff. Look at him now, hobnobbing with Tippolo. I shudder to think that you might now be wearing the sordid mantle Wally Brighton carries on his shoulders. I don't understand you." "It would have been an experience," Vance replied. "It wasn't the experience you were thinking of, solely. It was the power that you'd have over others, the power that goes with the position. Now, isn't that true? I know you think you could have handled it without being tainted by corruption. Maybe you could, but power inevitably corrupts the possessor of it." Vance knew that the notoriety which attended a political campaign was repugnant to his brother, who felt it was something people in their position should avoid. RG was upset during the past campaign whenever he saw Vance's face staring at him from placards on telephone posts and billboards. "It's beyond the conception of a rational mind why anyone with our lucrative practice would—" "Trusts and property, the same dullness, year in and year out," Vance cut in. "What's wrong with trust and property? It makes us a handsome living and gives us a respected place in the community." "I, for one, am fed up with it," Vance replied. RG looked reproachfully at Vance. "So you'd like to take up criminal procedure, of which you know absolutely nothing, and in which you have no experience. Why, you and I don't even know the language they speak in the criminal courts." The other day, while talking to Attorney Burroughs, he mentioned the murder case that made the headlines some weeks ago. He said, "I was glad to settle that case for number 2. I had to ask him what that was. He meant second-degree murder. You see, we don't even understand the jargon they use in criminal cases. I could probably have won the past election if you had supported me." RG was slow in replying. "I did nothing to hurt your chances." "You didn't do anything for them either. Not once did you speak for me." "You mean you expected me to go around making political speeches in your favor?" "Of course. Why shouldn't you? You are my brother." "You mean you expected that I should appear in public and ask people to vote for you? The very idea is revolting." "Others have done it." RG spoke crisply. "We Adamses have never done it. And, furthermore, you couldn't have won against Brighton. He's a local product. He was born here. His father was well known as a police officer, and everyone knows the name. We came to Merton 25 years ago, strangers." Vance lowered his voice. "Remember, RG, I lost the election by only 2,647 votes." "Thank God for that. I hope you've learned your lesson and will stick to your own practice and forget politics." Vance squared his shoulders. His voice was still soft and very low. "No, I haven't learned my lesson. I have been asked by the party to run at the next election, and I have said I will." RG controlled his voice and said evenly, "You've made your own decision. You'll regret it, and so will all of us." "I don't see how it will affect you, if that's what you're afraid of." There were 2 burning spots on Vance's cheeks. "Notoriety which accompanies a political campaign will affect all of us, your sister, yourself, and me. I know what political campaigns can stir up. You're playing with fire. We've made a good name for ourselves in this community, and I'd like to keep it that way. I intend to help you keep it that way, too. Are you ready to go home now?" With a note of resignation in his voice, Vance said, "Yes, let's go." Time moved slowly for Vance Adams as he sat alone in his office and waited for Wilkes. He thought of calling home and asking his brother to come down to the office. RG would be steady as a rock in a situation like this. He never got fussed. But he knew he couldn't stand to have RG here now. He couldn't take RG's angry, irritable whine. His brother would be annoyed that he got himself mixed up in an affair like this. Vance wished his relationship with his brother was different. If only he hadn't made that mistake, he could tell a straightforward, clear-cut story that the police would believe. Why had Mr. Anderson come out of his insurance office at just that precise moment? If Anderson hadn't seen him, he wouldn't be in this at all. Or would he? Had someone else noticed him coming into the building? Someone like Joe Fisher at the cigar counter? Would Fisher have remembered him from among all the people who entered the building that evening? But Anderson had seen him. That was a fact that couldn't be erased from his mind, and it was going to be tough to explain. Why didn't Chief Wilkes come? Anything would be better than this waiting and wondering where he stood with the police. Maybe this was one of their methods to soften him up, leave him alone to sweat it out by himself. He heard footsteps in the corridor. Someone was approaching his office door. A moment later, Detectives Wilkes and Davis entered. Wilkes gave Adams a half smile that contained a shadow of regret. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Adams," Wilkes said, "but we've been delayed. A Mr. Duffield was murdered out near St. James Church, and we had to go out there. We'd like to ask you a few routine questions concerning Mr. Brighton's death. We know your phone call came into the station at 8:23. What time did you get to his office?" "I'd say it was around 8:20. I took the elevator directly to the 4th floor, went to Mr. Brighton's office, and found him dead." "You phoned us immediately?" Vance hesitated. "Well, yes, I guess so, as soon as I adjusted myself to the shock." Wilkes lifted his shrewd eyes. "Of course. We'll allow for that. Was the reception room door open or closed when you arrived?" "Closed." "Did you knock?" Vance shook his head. "No, I walked right in, as I had an appointment with Mr. Brighton for 8:20. He told me to walk in when I got there." "Did he make the appointment or did you?" "He did," Vance said. Color came back into his face at the ease he found in answering the questions. This man Wilkes was a smooth and pleasant fellow, Vance thought, as his poise returned. "He phoned me from his office around 10 o'clock this morning and asked me if I could arrange to see him early this evening. He said he had a political situation to discuss with me, something important that would be to our mutual advantage, something that couldn't be handled over the phone. I said I'd see him at 8 in my office, but he said he was seeing a man for a few minutes at 8:15, and how about my dropping into his office about 8:20 or 8:25? I said that would be fine, so that's how it was." Wilkes looked suspicious. "Did he mention the name of this man he was going to see at 8:15? "No, he didn't." "You have no idea to whom he referred?" "No, I know very little about Mr. Brighton or his affairs." Wilkes ran his hand around his shirt collar. Either this guy was lying or... "Did you see anyone in the 4th floor corridor as you came up to his office?" "No, there was no one around." "Did you see anyone as you were leaving?" Vance felt his lip corners tighten and his nostrils swell as he breathed more deeply. Here was the question he dreaded to answer. How much did these two men know? Was Wilkes trying to corner him? Had he already talked to Mr. Anderson? Would Anderson have thought to mention it? "No, sir." Wilkes shot a side glance at Davis. "You closed the office door and went to the elevator?" Davis asked. "Yes." "Where did you go then?" "Down here to my office." Davis's eyebrows raised. "You didn't see Mr. Anderson, whose office is at the end of the hall on the 4th floor, come out and walk to the elevator?" Vance's mouth opened, but no words came. Here was the question he had no answer for. What could he say? They'd never believe him. He had to say something quickly, though, as they were waiting for his answer. He took his handkerchief and wiped his damp forehead. "You mean the first time I came out?" Wilkes looked surprised. "How many times did you come out?" "2." No one spoke. The silence hung on Vance like a heavy weight. Wilkes and Davis waited patiently for him to explain. Vance moistened his lips. "Well, it was like this. When I saw Mr. Brighton's body on the floor, and all the blood, I knew he was dead. I could tell he was dead by the way he was lying there, all twisted sideways, his eyes staring." Adams paused, and Wilkes nodded. "I guess I didn't think what I was doing. I just rushed outside into the corridor." He paused. What would they believe? He wet his lips again and let his eyes drop. The heavy pile of the rug seemed to grow, seemed to be coming up to smother him. He was fascinated by it. He couldn't look up from it. "And then what?" Davis's voice grabbed Vance and used him roughly. Vance looked up. In that instant he became a cold, collected man. He viewed his chances and was done with caution. "Why," he began in an even voice, "I started to run to my office to telephone you people. Then I got my senses back and realized that there would be a telephone in Brighton's reception room. Why waste time going down to this floor? So I turned around and went back into Brighton's office and made the call." "You shut the door as you came out the first time?" Wilkes asked. Vance hesitated before answering. "Yes, I guess so. I'm not too sure." What difference did it make whether or not he shut the door? They didn't believe him. It sounded silly now when he told it. Davis glanced at Wilkes, who shrugged his shoulders. "That's all, Mr. Adams," Wilkes said, handing him a piece of paper. "I'm sorry we were so slow in getting down here to question you." Vance Adams could hardly believe they were finished with their questioning. They must have believed his story. The relief that he felt made him weak. He could never remember what he mumbled in response to Wilkes' last statement. He hardly noticed when the two men left his office. Mechanically he got up, walked to the cooler, and got himself a drink of water. Then he closed the windows, snapped off the lights, and stepped out into the corridor. Only then did he think to look at the paper they had given him. On it was written, "Pass out Mr. Vance Adams." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 6. As they walked toward the stairway, Davis glanced at Wilkes with an expression of lazy, idle interest. "You think Adams was lying?" Wilkes nodded almost imperceptibly. "Could be. But why?" Davis forced a laugh. "Why? That's the big question. One thing's sure. He's scared about something. A guy as afraid as Adams was just now would have made a hot prosecutor. Good thing he lost the election to Wally." Wilkes made no reply to this. Instead he looked at the list of names of those still to be questioned. "Let's get down to hear what Art Short, the realtor, and Doc Larkins, the dentist, have to tell us." Davis's lips curled. "More lies, maybe." "Could be." They found Dr. Larkins and Art Short seated in the dentist's small waiting room. Larkins, a tall, thin man, slightly bald, was smoking a cigarette and leafing through a magazine, while Short sat quietly holding a bloody handkerchief to his mouth. Wilkes' eyes scanned the two men with light, searching attention. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Dr. Larkins looked sourly at him. "You've got a job to do, and somebody's got to be the last on the list, I suppose. We've had a rough time in here tonight, too. Never in trouble, mind you, but plenty rough. Art's tooth had been filled and refilled so many times it was only a shell. It broke twice." "Get it all out?" Wilkes asked. "All but the tip, and that should work its way out. He's been through enough for one night, so I don't want to do any more. If it causes trouble, we'll cut it out later. But I don't believe that will be necessary." "Good," Wilkes said. "Now for a couple of questions. What time did you get here this evening, Doctor?" Dr. Larkins paused to think before he answered. "Around 8:20, I'd say." "Did you take the elevator?" "Yes." "See anyone?" "No, just the elevator man and Art here. He was waiting in the hall for me." Wilkes turned his attention to Short. "Think you can talk?" "Uh-huh," Short grunted through his handkerchief. "Okay, what time did you get here?" "About 5 minutes before Doc." "Hear anything that sounded like a shot?" Short shook his head. "See anyone?" "Happy Tippolo." Davis let out a deep "Ha!" Wilkes shot him a glance before he asked, "Where?" Short took his handkerchief from his mouth. "On the stairway between the second and third floors. Tippolo was climbing the stairs, but when he saw me he turned around and went down ahead of me. I got off the elevator by force of habit on the third floor where my office is. I was afraid Doc would be waiting for me, so I didn't wait for the elevator, but walked down." "And Tippolo was ahead of you?" Wilkes asked. "Yes." "Did he seem in a hurry?" "No, he stopped to light a cigarette, said hello to me, and kept going." "Did you see anyone when you got down to this floor?" "No, the hall was empty. I stood by Doc's door until he came." "How long did you wait?" "Not long. 3, maybe 4 minutes." A tired smile lifted the corners of Wilkes' mouth. "Well, I guess that's all. Sorry we couldn't get here sooner. Hope your tooth doesn't bother you so much you can't sleep tonight." The realtor shrugged his shoulder. His attempt at a smile was not successful. "Have to take it as it comes. At least it won't hurt like it did at dinner time. I had to call off an appointment to show a house to a couple of prospects." After Wilkes wrote a "pass out" for the 2 men, Art Short moved quickly down the corridor, left the bank, got in his car, and started for home. It was a relief to have the tooth out. Funny thing about a toothache, if you could keep your mind on something else, it didn't hurt so much. That fellow Wilkes sure was a pleasant guy for the head of a police force. And so was Davis, although he acted pretty important. Merton wasn't a bad town, considering, a bit on the hick side, but he liked it. He recalled his first day in town after he had decided that Merton was a going place, a place to settle down and make money. How Frank Winslow, cashier then, president now, a city bank, had fawned on him when he deposited his certified check for $12,000, drawn on a Chicago bank. With the check, he set up his business in real estate. That was back in 1933, when times were rough. He bought houses right and left at sacrificed prices, on low down payments, held them, and made money. As far as he was concerned, it was like riding a boom from there on until now. Within a couple of weeks after his arrival in town, he was "Art" to everyone in the business section. How the fact got around that he was solvent. Money talked in this town, like everywhere else, and he'd been smart in coming here. It didn't seem possible that he had lived here over 20 years. He made money, friends, and lived the good life. He had few worries, and he was going to keep it that way. Man wasn't made to worry. As he brought his car to a stop at the intersection of Main and 4th Streets, he saw Dan O'Hara driving in the opposite direction. "There's a fellow who ought to make a success of his life," Short thought. "He's got everything: youth, good looks, nice personality, lots of ability, and a level head." Short recalled the conversation he had with O'Hara that afternoon as they met on Main Street. They got to talking about Wally Brighton and the prosecutor's office. O'Hara had a lot of the answers, but he wasn't handing them out, not even when he was prodded. "You mean to tell me you haven't heard the things they say about Wally Brighton?" "Sure, but nobody's got any proof," Dan replied. "Proof's there, I'll wager, if anyone went after it. I've often wondered just what Brighton's got on your boss to get the Dispatch to support him every time he's up for re-election." "Which boss? Falls or Dove? Either one could fire me." "Dove's only the city editor. I mean Falls. He's really the Dispatch. Writes the important editorials, and he wrote plenty in favor of Brighton. No one in his right mind would want a guy like him for county prosecutor." "Brighton gets convictions," Dan said, "and he's got a tough, thankless job." "Yeah, he gets convictions. I'll grant you that. But it's beginning to look like he convicts only those he has no use for. Let's say, only those he can't use. People are beginning to talk about how some cases that should be brought to trial never get there, because they can produce enough money to keep them out of court." "You're intimating blackmail," Dan said. "You've heard all this before, O'Hara." Sure. But personally I think the talk is a lot of hooey. If Mr. Falls has heard the same guff, I'm sure he thinks the same. Look, Mr. Short, if we believed every rumor we hear at the dispatch office, everybody in town would be heading either for the penitentiary or the insane asylum. You've got to believe the best of a man until you've got proof to the contrary." "Might be a scoop in it for you, if you could prove it." "You don't mean that, do you, Mr. Short? How would you prove it unless the victim steps right out and says, 'Look, I've been blackmailed. There's the joker who did it, and I'm willing to tell all to prove it'?" Dan shook his head. That's not the way it is in life. The guy that's being bled is so scared of anyone finding out what he's covering up that he'll do everything he can to protect the blackmailer." "I guess that's the way of it. Sure is a shame, though, that nothing can be done about it." Short frowned now as he recalled his own words and the futility of the situation. It didn't seem to get young O'Hara down, though. "You find me somebody that Brighton's been prodding, Mr. Short, and I'll see to it that we get a grand jury to investigate him. But as I said before, I don't believe any of this stuff about Wally Brighton. He's a good Joe. He's in politics, people talk about him, and he has his enemies. Any guy in his position has. Maybe he isn't lily white. How many people are? There's good and bad in all of us. That's one thing I learned in the army. You meet up with a lot of jokers there. It brings out what's in 'em. Some of the boys were playing no good, but they came through in the end. Things are different in the excitement of war, Dan. Not necessarily. In the army you see a cross-section of humanity. Believe me, it taught me to reserve my judgment of my fellow man. Badness and goodness are mighty close together. It's better to think of the good in a fellow. The average guy that does wrong regrets it and is downright sorry for it. As he recalled the conversation now, Art Short was sorry that he couldn't have continued to talk with O'Hara. He sure had quite a philosophy. But Herb Parker had come along and joined them, and he wasn't in a very happy frame of mind. "What's up, Mr. Parker?" O'Hara greeted him. "Everything. Never go into the hardware business. The way things are made now, there are all kinds of substitutes, and most of them don't hold up. Who gets the blame? The hardware merchants. Me. I'm ready to sell out. Know anybody who wants to buy a good hardware store?" Short smiled as he remembered what he said. It was so true. "Without that store, Herb, you wouldn't know what to do. You go to an early grave. You came here to Merton about the same time I did, and look what you've got. The biggest hardware and mill supply house in town. We've had good years, both of us." Parker agreed glumly. "Couldn't help it the way things were. I loaded up at rock-bottom prices during the Depression, and just held on." "That took nerve, though," O'Hara said. "Well, I guess so, but it's a rotten business right now. Insolent clerks, annoyed customers, nothing a good depression wouldn't cure." "You wouldn't want that, would you?" Dan asked. "I'll take anything to the way business is right now." O'Hara winked and nodded toward a small, well-dressed man writing on a pad, using the wall of the building for a desk. "Now there's a good business, Parker. No store, no stock, no overhead, no labor trouble." "The numbers racket?" Parker asked. "That's it. Biggest single business in town," Dan replied. "If you dug into that racket," Parker said, "and got the dispatch to play it up for what it is, you'd really be doing something for this town." Short laughed to himself as he recalled the nettled expression on O'Hara's face as he said, "Look, guys, that's a job for the police to take care of, not me. Those jokers aren't in the rackets for fun, and I'd wind up with slow, soft music being played for me. No, thank you." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 7. Detective Davis was pretty disgusted as he walked the 2 short blocks to the police station with Chief Wilkes. "Questions, questions," he was saying. "How sick of them can a guy get? Everybody lying, everybody innocent. Why did that guy Short go to the 3rd floor when the doc's office is on the 2nd? Something fishy there." Wilkes shook his head. "I don't think so. It was a perfectly natural thing to do. Short got on the elevator and his tooth was giving him so much pain he probably didn't say a word. The elevator man thought Short was going to his own office, so he let him off on the 3rd floor." "Nuts, if you ask me," Davis grunted. "No, it's just force of habit," Wilkes said. "What shoe do you put on first when you get up in the morning?" Davis hesitated. "Either one I grab, I guess. Why?" "No, you don't. You always hunt out the same one. The right if you're in the habit of putting it on first, and the left if that's the one you usually put on. Habit's a strong force." "Don't think it works that way with me," Davis replied. "If it does, I'm nuts." "No, you're not. That's just psychology." "Oh." After a long minute, Davis added, "You read a lot of that stuff, don't you?" "Some. There's a lot of good in it. You ought to try it, too. It helps a lot in cases like this." "Ain't got much time for reading. And where's it get you anyway? Do you know who did this job?" "Well, not yet. I still think it was suicide and—" "Paraffin test shows no nitrates on Wally's hand," Davis cut in. "That's true, but it rarely does when an automatic pistol is used." They walked in silence for a few minutes until Davis said, "Don't you think we ought to give that Anderson guy another going over?" Wilkes showed surprise. "Why?" "His story didn't sound too good to me." "In what way?" "That guff about being on his way downstairs to get a pack of cigarettes when he saw Vance Adams." "Sounded straight to me. His secretary told the same story, and if Anderson had come down to murder Wally Brighton, it's not likely he'd ask his secretary to come too. No, I'm satisfied there's one story, at least, that's straight." It was 10:45 as they walked into the police station. Wilkes nodded to the desk man. "Anything new turn up, Chris?" The desk sergeant pointed towards a doorway on the other side of the room. "Officer Price picked up Happy Tippolo. He's in there." Both Wilkes and Davis turned and walked into the room where Tippolo, a short, stocky, nervous man given to dramatic gestures, sat glumly in the corner. His dark eyes peered out from a heavily fleshed, pallid face, and his mouth when open showed irregular, tobacco-stained teeth. As the policeman approached, Tippolo stood up, dropped a half-burned cigarette on the floor, and scowled. His large hands clenched and unclenched as he said, "What's the big idea, Wilkes? Having me picked up like a common bum?" "It wasn't a pickup, Happy. I just sent out word for you to come in, that I wanted to talk to you." Tippolo scowled again. "You'd better talk to that young punk that brought me in. Why, "Forget it, Tippolo," Wilkes cut in. He knew that vanity and a desire to show off lay at the bottom of his angry talk. "It's too late at night to hear complaints. I've got more important things to talk about." "For instance?" "We'll do our talking in my office. This way." Tippolo followed Wilkes, Davis prodding him along. While they walked toward the stairs, Tippolo started to speak again, but changed his mind, his expressive shoulders shrugging. Wilkes hung his coat over the back of his chair, seated himself at his desk, and pulled the visitor's chair out for Tippolo with his toe. "Sit down. It's more comfortable." Davis leaned heavily against the filing cabinet. Tippolo pulled a jeweled cigarette case from the pocket of his expensive sport coat and offered a smoke to both men. The three lighted their cigarettes from Happy's gold lighter before he pulled up his fawn-colored trousers at the knees and sat. "A lot you guys care for my comfort, letting me sit in that stinking room for over—" Wilkes waved him into silence. "I'm sorry it turned out this way, Tippolo. Things got all jammed up at once tonight. Can you account for your time this evening?" "Easy. I drove over to Watertown to see Bill Taylor about some business. I got there about 9 o'clock, talked to Bill for about a half hour, and came back here. When I drove up in front of Dom's Tavern, that young punk pulled me in and brought me here to the station. If you don't believe me, you can check with Bill Taylor. He runs the roller skating rink over in Watertown." Wilkes nodded. "We'll check. Did you see Prosecutor Brighton to talk to today?" Tippolo considered the question a moment before answering. A guy had to be careful what he said. "Yeah, sure. He drove out to my place about 4:45. We had a drink and talked." "What about?" Happy shrugged, then his face showed anger. "What's this all about?" Wilkes forced a smile. "Just curious. Did you see Brighton in his office at the Merchants' Bank this evening? Say between 8:10 and 8:30? Tippolo's eyes circled the room. He dropped a cigarette on the floor and stepped on it, then lighted up another. "What makes, Wilkes? Why the screwy questions?" Wilkes smiled easily. "You mind answering?" The worried scowl on Tippolo's face deepened. "You ain't trying to pin something on me, are you? Maybe I'd better get my lawyer." "Who's he?" "Sid Tilford." "You picked a good one." Tippolo gave an offhand wave. "Sure. He tells me what I can do, what I can't do." "You mean he tells you what you can get away with?" With talk about his attorney, some of Happy's insolent self-assurance returned. He flicked ashes from a cigarette on the floor. "If you want to put it like that, I ain't saying you're wrong." Wilkes pursed his lips. "You didn't answer my question. Did you go up to Brighton's office about 8:10 tonight?" Tippolo gave Wilkes a sullen look. "I think I'd better call Sid." He reached for the telephone on Wilkes' desk. Wilkes slammed his hand down hard on top of Tippolo's. "You afraid to answer that question?" No, why should I be? All right, then answer it without your attorney. I don't have to. I got constitutional rights. You ain't going to. Stop acting like you're in Washington, Wilkes broke in. You don't have to get Sidney Tilford down here to answer that question. If you're afraid and have something to cover up, why, okay, call him. Otherwise, just forget it and tell the truth. Nobody can break you from the truth. You know that. Tippolo forced a laugh, short and unamused. Okay, I'll tell you. I went into the bank a little after 8 o'clock. 5 minutes, 10 minutes after. What difference does it make? Sure, I went to Wally's office. I suppose you knew that already. Wilkes nodded. Did you talk to him? No, I went into the big outside room, but he was in his office and the door was shut. He and his brother Sam was in there blowing their tops at each other, so I left. You say they were quarreling? Wilkes asked. Tippolo gave him a dull look. And how? Wilkes shot a questioning glance at Davis, who raised his eyebrows. You're sure it was Sam Brighton that Wally was talking to at that time? Wilkes asked, looking hard at Tippolo. Sure, I'm sure. And they weren't just talking. They was arguing. Wilkes' gaze bore down heavily. You swear it was Sam that Brighton was arguing with? Sure, I know Sam's voice. Anyway, I heard Wally say, "Now you're getting smart, Sam." He called him Sam. Put your finger on the time. Think. I told you. 5, 10 minutes after 8. Who knows? Happy shrugged his big shoulders. Closer. That's it. Ain't no way of getting closer. I ain't got a stopwatch with me. Say, Wilkes, what's this all about? Wilkes frowned and ignored the question. You said Brighton drove out to your place to see you this afternoon. What time? I told you. About 5:15. What do you want to see you about? Tippolo's restless eyes swept the room. He didn't come to see me about nothing. I was out in the yard looking at my flowers. I've got some real nice flowers. Got a man that knows all about 'em, to plant 'em and take care of 'em for me. You ought to see 'em before the frost hits. Come out and I'll show 'em to you sometime, and we'll have a couple of drinks. Thanks, Wilkes said dryly. What about Brighton? I was coming to that. Brighton was driving by and stopped. I said, how about a gander at these flowers and a drink? He said, okay, and got out of his car and came in. We had a drink, and he drove away. Now, what's this? Wilkes put up a hand. But you said he went out there to see you. What about? Happy shrugged. Like I said, nothing. He was just driving by. Happy squirmed in his chair, looked up at Davis, then back at Wilkes. I don't get it. Why are you asking me how it was? I'd better get Sid Tilford here. You guys trying to hang something on me? No, Wilkes said. Fear showed in Tippolo's eyes. What's it all about, then? Wilkes watched for Tippolo's reaction as he said slowly, Wallace Brighton committed suicide or was murdered this evening between 8:10 and 8:23. Tippolo's face drained of color. His shoulders sagged, and he seemed to be reaching deeper and deeper for air to breathe. Smoke curled from the cigarette that hung between his lips. When he removed the cigarette from his mouth, his lip corners pulled down tough and hard. You trying to pin a murder rap on me? No, Wilkes replied. Just a routine fishing expedition. Tippolo stood up. I better get Sid down here. Again he put his hand out for the desk phone, but Wilkes removed it from his reach. No, Tippolo, Wilkes said. You don't need Sid. All you've got to do is answer some questions. I knew you were in the Merchant's Bank at that time because Art Short saw you. What I want to know is why you were there. Wilkes sat back easily in his chair, and Davis pulled up another one nearby. Between them they hoped to give a feeling of relaxation to the scene. It was better that way. A man talked if he wasn't all tight and tense. You saw Art Short in the bank? Wilkes asked. Oh, yeah. I met Short on the back stairs. He was behind me going down. Between what floors? 3rd down to 2nd. Why didn't you use the elevator? Tippolo paused to think. I did going up, but I always walk down. Always. Ask anybody. Can't stand the quick drop. Gets me here." He laid his hand on his chest. "Heart?" "I don't know. Doc says not. You think the doc knows?" "I would think so. Why shouldn't he?" Tippolo shrugged. "It always hurts up here." Again he put his hand on his chest. "Too many cigarettes, maybe," Davis said. "Maybe," Happy replied. Wilkes smiled easily at Tippolo. "Now that you know what this is all about, how about telling us why Brighton drove out to see you this afternoon?" A shifty, sly look appeared in Tippolo's eyes. "I told you. He was driving by and—" "Yes, I know," Wilkes cut in. "And he got out of his car, looked at your flowers, and you had a drink. What did you talk about while you were having the drink?" "We got talking about my flowers. The guy I've got taken care of." "How'd you like to spend the rest of the night in a cell?" "In one of those stinking holes?" Wilkes' eyes became hard and they bore down heavily on Tippolo. "Exactly. The accommodations are just made for guys like you who won't cooperate." Tippolo got up from his chair. "I'll talk to Sid." Wilkes shook his head. "No, you're not talking to Sid. Tonight. Tomorrow maybe. But why should I do anything for you? You won't even answer ordinary questions and tell the truth." Tippolo gave his well-pressed trousers a gentle hitch. "I don't have to spend the night here. I got rights. The Constitution—" "Wasn't written for men like you, Tippolo," Wilkes cut in. His words were clipped and precise. "You'll spend the night here if I say so. We haven't booked you yet. Anyway, Sid wouldn't like it if you disturbed him before morning. Why, he—" "Who cares what Sid likes?" Happy cut in. "I pay him good for the little he does. His job is to spring me out of joints like this." "You forget Sid would have to see a judge. And judges don't like to be bothered evenings, just so fellows like you can sleep at home. Sid wouldn't dare barge in on a judge at this hour. He wouldn't do it, habeas corpus or no habeas corpus. You aren't that important. Now, do you want to tell me what Brighton drove out to your place to see you about?" Tippolo lighted another cigarette and blew a long breath of smoke. "I don't get this. I told you we talked about flowers. What makes, anyhow? You covering up for Sam Brighton?" Wilkes removed his spectacles and laid them on his desk. The light glinted from his pale brown eyes as he turned them on Tippolo. Light that only partially reflected the anger in them. "Don't you ever say a thing like that to me. I cover up for no one." Tippolo hitched his trousers and sat down in his chair. For the first time since the questioning started, he seemed sure of himself. "You guys stick together, I know." Wilkes pressed his hands down hard on the desktop and rose to a half-standing position. "If Sam Brighton killed his brother, I'd bring him in as quickly as I would anybody, even quicker." Tippolo gave a short, harsh laugh. "That's a new twist. A cop after a cop." Wilkes looked hard at him. "I didn't say I was after Sam. You said it." "Why not? They was arguing like I told you, and it didn't sound good. It was just before Wally was murdered. How was he killed?" "Shot through the head," Davis said. Tippolo sat quietly, saying nothing. "Did you hear anything that sounded like a shot while you were in the building?" Wilkes asked. Happy sat back in his chair in deep thought. "No, but I heard 'em arguing." "Brothers have argued since the day of creation," Wilkes said. "And brothers have killed brothers, too," Happy replied. Silence filled the room. The three men sat looking from one to another. Wilkes sighed. "What did Brighton drive out to see you about?" "I told you. He was driving by." Okay. Wilkes' voice was heavy with disgust. "You can go now. I'm turning you loose for the present. But if I hear you've been talking about anything said here tonight to anyone, you'll think the earth caved in on you. Do you think you can find your way out of here?" Tippolo gave Wilkes a grin as he stood up. "Blindfolded." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 8. Mary and Dan were leaving the Merton Dispatch office at 11:30 o'clock. when they saw a man heading toward the police parking lot a half block away. "Isn't that Sam Brighton?" Mary asked, pointing. "That's who it is." Dan grabbed her by the hand. "Come on, let's catch him." They reached the detective just as he was unlocking the door of his car. "Any new developments, Sam?" Dan asked. "No. Wilkes and Davis are questioning Tippolo in Wilkes' office right now. I didn't go in. I want to get off by myself and do some thinking. Let's go over to Stan's Diner for a bite to eat and some coffee. We can talk it over. That's better than trying to think it out alone." "I don't know. I think I ought to go home." "Three heads are better than one," Mary said. She felt sorry for Sam. He was just an honest copper, more serious than most. In the night air the smells of the day lingered, a compound of oil, gas fumes, and hot bricks. Far away, short blasts of a whistle were demanding the attention of some supervisor in one of the mills. Finally Sam said, "Okay, let's go. We'll drive over in my car." For Mary this was a tingling new experience, entirely in a man's world. She had never been in Stan's Diner, which lay snuggled against a high embankment beside the railroad tracks, its lights gleaming through sooty windows. There surely wasn't anything fancy about the diner. No chrome plate, no streamlining, but she had heard the food was good and that the place was clean. Besides, Dan wouldn't take her anywhere that wasn't okay. As they entered, Mary noticed that already the back counter was stacked high with delicious crescent rolls, freshly baked and crusty, waiting for the early morning crowd. 3 railroad men sat on high stools at the counter, huddled over steaming cups of coffee. Sam led the way to the back booth where he seated himself on the opposite side of the table from Mary and Dan. After the waitress had taken their orders, Dan said, "Wilkes thinks Wally committed suicide. In fact, he's quite certain of it now, even though the paraffin test didn't show any powder nitrates on his hand." Sam worried his lower lip between his teeth for a moment. "What did he expect when an automatic was used? I think he's all wrong. As sure as I'm sitting here, I know Wally didn't take his own life. You knew him, O'Hara. He wasn't the kind to despair or want to run out on anything. He liked life, the good life. You don't think he'd commit suicide, do you?" "No," Dan said. "I don't." Mary shook her head. "I don't think so either, Mr. Brighton. A man who carried a rosary in his pocket surely had more faith than to do a thing like that." Some of Sam's tenseness eased at Mary's words. "You've got something there, Mary," Dan said, "which leaves us with the possibility that Wally was murdered by someone who was in the bank between 8:15 and 8:23 when Vance Adams called the police. The ones we know who were there at that time have all been questioned. And where are we?" Sam shook his head. "I just came from a talk with Wally's wife, Vera. I've been talking to Chief Wilkes about her. She didn't know anything had happened until 10 o'clock. Like myself, she was in the bank building before she went to the movie at the Palace. That's where they eventually located her." "Then she saw Wally before he was shot?" Dan asked. "No. Vera says she got downtown, parked her car, and decided to go to the restroom on the 4th floor of the bank, as it wasn't as public as the one at the Palace. Usually she had to go to Wally's office to get the key, but this evening she said the restroom was unlocked because the cleaning women were working in there." "Did the cleaning women see her?" Dan asked. "No, but she said their buckets and mops were there. I meant to check about the door being unlocked, but I imagine it's the truth. Vera wouldn't lie." Mary looked at Dan, her face flushed. "It's the truth, all right. I found the door unlocked right after we got there this evening about 8:30. "Did Mrs. Brighton see anyone in the building who wasn't on Wilkes' list?" Dan asked. Sam shook his head. "She says not. She was only in the building a few minutes and then went to the Palace. She didn't see Wally at all. When she got to the theater, she took a seat in the back row. Shortly afterward, Clayton Stoll came in and took the seat next to her." Dan's eyebrows raised. "By accident or on purpose? I've seen them around quite a bit together, usually in her car." Sam shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I've seen them too, but I don't think it means a thing. Stoll is old enough to be her father, and he's been a friend of the family for many years. I think Vera sort of turned to him because she and Wally weren't getting along too well." "That's a shame," Mary said quickly. What was the trouble? Again Sam shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Maybe they just weren't suited for each other. Wally would never talk much about it when I mentioned it to him, and of course I never asked Vera. They sat in silence while the waitress brought their sandwiches and coffee. When she moved away from their table, Sam asked, "Did you go out to the scene of the murder near St. James?" "Yes," Dan replied. "An old man named Duffield was shot twice, at close range, while on his way home from church, or rather on the way to the home of his son-in-law where he was visiting. Bring me up to date on it, will you, Dan?" 10 minutes later, after Dan, with Mary's help, finished his recital of the Duffield case, Sam asked, "Do you see any connection between this and Wally's murder?" Dan shook his head. "Nothing, except they happened within minutes of each other, and that, of course, is a mere coincidence." A switch engine steamed noisily by, ringing its bell and shaking the diner. Mary looked from Dan to Sam. "I asked the same question, Mr. Brighton. It seems too queer just to be a coincidence." Dan grinned. "Mary reads too many detective yarns." "Go ahead and laugh." Mary made a face at Dan. "There's one thing in common in those two murders. Mr. Brighton was prosecuting attorney, and as such came in contact with criminals. Mr. Duffield was at one time sheriff in Missouri, and he, too, must have come in contact with criminals. Could that mean anything?" Dan wrinkled his nose, as if smelling something unpleasant. Then he gave Mary an indulgent smile. "You've been kept up too late, Mary. You should have put your brain to sleep a couple of hours ago. Wally was prosecutor now. Duffield was sheriff some 20 or 30 years ago. Wally was prosecutor right here in Merton, Ohio. And Duffield was sheriff way down in Missouri 700 or 800 miles from here. No, Mary, they don't add up." Mary flushed, and the pink in her tanned cheeks made her look more attractive. "I don't see why. There is a relationship there." "Any relationship you can build up out of that is artificially constructed." Dan turned to Sam. "Right?" The detective hesitated before he answered. "I don't know. Maybe Mary has a point. Sometimes things in the past come up into the present and bite you hard. It's worth thinking about." The flush stayed on Mary's cheeks. She winked at Dan but said nothing. Dan rubbed his forehead with the tips of his fingers. He looked wearily at Sam. "If you look at it that way, maybe she's got something, but it's an awfully long shot." "We've got to play the long shots, too," said Sam. "We can't overlook a thing." Mary tinkled with delight. For the first time that night, she'd really contributed something to the investigation. She edged forward in her seat, filled with expectancy, like a small boy who has just been given permission to shoot off a bunch of firecrackers. Her voice was pitched a bit higher when she said, looking directly at Sam, "And it could have been someone we don't know about who was in the merchant's bank and shot your brother. It wouldn't be too hard to get in and out of that building without anyone knowing it, especially at that hour in the evening when there aren't many around. Why, a person could walk into Baxter's drugstore, buy something, and casually walk out the rear door into the bank lobby when Fisher was busy at his cigar counter. After that, it would be easy to go upstairs to whatever floor he wanted and then leave by the same way, through the drugstore. The clerks wouldn't pay a bit of attention to anyone if he bought a package of gum or something. People are always going in and out of those doors." Both Sam and Dan nodded in agreement. What Mary said was true. It left the question in all their minds as to whether the murder had been committed just that way. A heavy silence hung over them while Sam glumly sipped his coffee. Dan gave Mary a half smile. "Something you forgot, Miss Sherlock Holmes, is that it would have been impossible for the murderer to cross town in such a short interval of time to kill Duffield after having murdered Wally. There would have to be two murderers." "Any reason there couldn't be?" "Only that murderers don't run around in pairs." Mary tilted back her head and sniffed. "Ever read Macbeth by a guy named Shakespeare? Two murderers there." Dan laughed and shook his head. "Sorry, Mary. This isn't a drama. This is the real thing. I'm afraid it's no Mr. and Mrs. job, believe me." Sam stood up, leaning forward on the table with his weight on his fingertips. "I've got to run along, kids. I want to get over to the station and see if Wilkes is through questioning Tippolo. I'm eager to see what he found out. Then I want to get home to see how Mom is. I left her with her sister, my Aunt Laura. Women are more comfort to each other than a man is at a time like this. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 9. In spite of knowing that he didn't have to report for work Saturday morning, Sam Brighton was at the station by 9:30. He had to know how the investigation was progressing, and he wanted to help any way he could. Chief Wilkes was in the doorway of his private office. As soon as he saw Sam, he said, "Come in a minute. I want to talk to you." Before he went to his desk, he shut the outer door. "Have a seat, Sam. If your feet hurt like mine in this hot weather, you'll want to sit." "Mine hurt all the time, winter or summer," Sam said, forcing a light laugh, as he took the chair beside Wilkes' desk. "Flatfoot is a good name for us." "Yeah." "How's your mother standing up under this?" "Better than I thought. It was a great shock, of course, but Mom's been through a lot and has courage and faith." Wilkes nodded in agreement. "Sure is tough on her at her age." Sam looked around the room as Wilkes hesitated. What was the chief thinking? He hadn't asked him into his office just to talk generalities. What was he stalling for? Sam knew the routine, but couldn't understand why Wilkes was using it on him. After a minute, Wilkes got up from his chair and walked to the open window where he sat on the ledge. "This bit of breeze coming in sure feels good. There's one point I'd like to clear up with you, Sam, about last night's investigation. You said Vera Brighton told you she'd gone into the movie, took a seat in the back row, and that a few minutes later Clayton Stoll came in, saw her, and took the seat next to her. Right?" "That's what she said." "You're sure?" "I'm positive." She told us another story. She claimed she went into the movie, saw Stoll in the back row, and joined him." "Wonder why she changed her story," Sam said. "That's what I'd like to know." "What does Stoll say?" "His story agrees with what he told Davis and me, that he was in the theater first, and she came in and sat beside him." Wilkes looked closely at Sam Brighton. "You sure you got your version straight, that Stoll came in after she did?" "That's what she told me." Wilkes frowned. "You made a mistake, Sam, in questioning her alone. You know you should have had someone with you. Now we have two stories of what happened at the theater. Which is the true one?" Wilkes paused a second, then added, "What'd you go out there for, anyway? I thought you'd gone home." "I did go home. But after a while I left Mom with Aunt Laura and drove out to Vera's. After all, she was my brother's wife. It wouldn't have looked right if I didn't go. Sure, Sam, I'll agree on that you should have gone to see her, but not in an official capacity. You shouldn't have questioned her without someone from the force with you." "I see that now, Chief, but I knew she'd been in the bank building, and I thought I'd find out why." Wilkes looked at him closely. "You suspect her?" Sam couldn't answer that question with a yes or no. He moistened his lips quickly. They were so dry that he felt they'd crack if he spoke again. "Everyone that was in the building last night is under suspicion, including myself." Wilkes' face remained expressionless. He stood up from sitting on the window ledge and moved slowly back to his desk. "I don't want you to interview anyone else without someone from here with you. Understand? Not because you are, as you say, under suspicion, but because it might get us all balled up, like this bit of information about Mrs. Brighton. It leaves us holding the bag. You see my point?" Sam nodded. "Sure, Chief, but I want you to realize that I've got to find Wally's murderer if it's the last thing I do." "I know, Sam, but we've got to do this as a team. It's the only way to get results. We've cracked other cases by working together, and we can crack this one, too. It's my duty to push this probe, same as it would be your duty if you were in my place, Sam. The same routine has to be gone through regardless of who was in the building and who has to be questioned. Friendship can't hold up the investigation. This is either suicide or murder, and either way it must be cleared up. You see my point?" "Sure, Chief. You've got a job to do. I understand." "Coming back to Mrs. Brighton. She's been going out with Stoll, hasn't she?" Wilkes added. They're old friends. How much going out she did, I don't know. We're checking into it." Sam was thoughtful for a moment, then he asked, "If Vera got to the theater before Stoll, like she told me, where had he been immediately before that?" "We're checking on that. Stoll said he got downtown and parked his car around 8 o'clock in the lot in back of the railroad station. The attendant says that's fairly close, as well as he can remember." "Stoll said he walked slowly up the street, looked into store windows. He bought a magazine at the newsstand on Main and Parkwood. That checks too. Charlie wasn't sure just what time he sold the magazine, but said it was around 8. Then Stoll said he went to the movie. He didn't tell us, however, that he went into the Baxter drugstore in the Merchants Bank building." Sam looked at Wilkes expectantly. "What time?" The clerk in the drugstore couldn't remember exactly. Same answer. Around 8. One clerk says Stoll was looking at magazines for a while. "I thought he just bought one at the newsstand at Parkwood." "Yeah, I know." "Did Fisher see him come into the bank lobby from the drugstore?" Sam asked. "No, but Fisher could have been busy at the time. Then, too, the door between the bank lobby and the store is half hidden by the stairway. If Fisher is at one end of his cigar stand, he can see the store door, but if he's at the other end, he can't." "Fact remains," Sam said, "Stoll could have got into the bank building from the drugstore." "That's true. Do you think he and Mrs. Brighton are in love?" Sam shook his head. "I don't know. But I hardly think so. He's an old family friend, and he's a lot older than she is. All I know is that I've seen them together a few times in her car." Wilkes took off his spectacles and wiped the perspiration from his eyes. "It's hot in here with that door shut. Let's open it." Sam stood up and opened the door, relieved to get a chance to move without seeming fidgety. He might as well go. He wasn't getting anywhere talking with Wilkes. When Sam did not seat himself again, Wilkes spoke up. "One thing before you go, Sam. If you want to work this case on your own, it's all right with me. I think it's foolish, but I realize how you must feel. We disagree on the basic premise. I think it's suicide. You think it's murder. So maybe you'd better go after it alone. The way I see it, the evidence points to the fact that Wally took his own life. But Doc said he was going to ask for a verdict of by person or persons unknown at the inquest this afternoon. Sure, I know the coroner said that. He's afraid of a suicide verdict after the way we guessed wrong on that one 2 years ago. But I can't see Wally's death as anything but suicide." Sam shook his head. "No, Wally'd never take his own life. A man taking his own life doesn't hold a rosary in his hand. What about that broken rosary?" Wilkes stood up and moved over near Brighton, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder. "It may look incongruous to you, Sam, but I have to be practical." The two men stood in silence a moment before Wilkes added, "If you'd rather try to work it out alone, why don't you take the rest of your vacation? You've got a week coming. You'd have to do it as a private citizen. No police rights, understand?" Sam didn't reply at once. What was Wilkes up to, he wondered. Wilkes could play deep when he wanted to. He'd seen him do it a number of times. Was he putting out that Wally committed suicide when all the time he suspected him of murdering his brother? Sam looked at Wilkes and realized that Wilkes was waiting for an answer. "Okay, I'll go it alone, but I don't want you to think there's anything personal in what I'm doing, Chief. You're doing your job your way. I'd like to do it mine. I'll take my vacation and work on it." "Count your week as from next Tuesday, Sam." "Thanks, I'll do that." Sam could see that Wilkes didn't like the decision, but was trying to appear affable about it. "Better put in a request for the week's vacation to make it official." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Terrell Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 10. Father O'Neill left St. James Rectory at 10 o'clock Saturday morning with the intention of enjoying a walk in the cool shade of Idlewood Park. Halfway across the back lawn he thought of the Rummels. He'd better go over and see how everything was with them. They'd had a great shock the night before. He walked around the church and approached the Rummel home from the front. John Rummel and his wife were seated in rustic lawn chairs under an immense oak tree. When he moved into the yard, the dogs in the kennels started to bark, but a word from Rummel quieted them to a low growl. "You hardly need a doorbell," Father O'Neill said. Rummel stood up and gave the dogs an irritated look. "They're awful noisy, Father. They bark before anyone even gets near the front door." Mrs. Rummel rose from her chair. "It's nice of you, Father, to come over. Won't you sit down?" Father O'Neill nodded and sat in the chair which he had indicated, noting that in spite of its crude wooden structure it was very comfortable. He noticed that the underlids of Mrs. Rummel's gray eyes were swollen and red from crying. They had talked for about 5 minutes with no reference to the murder of Mr. Duffield when a police cruiser turned into the driveway and stopped. Rummel had to quiet the dogs again. "Now what?" he asked as he returned to stand near his wife. Mrs. Rummel shook her head. "I don't know." The priest noted how Rummel's face reddened with anger as he saw Dan O'Hara, accompanied by another man and a uniformed policeman, get out of the car and walk toward them. He stood up to leave, but Dan waved him back into his chair. "Don't go, Father. This'll only take a few minutes. I'd like you to meet Detective Sam Brighton and Patrolman Wiggins. It was Sam's brother who was killed last night in the Merchant's Bank." After acknowledging the introduction and expressing his sympathy to Brighton, Father O'Neill sat back in the chair. Rummel regained some of his composure and invited Sam to sit down. Sam seated himself near the center of a long bench and leaned forward, hands on both knees, while Dan and the policeman stood behind him. "I'd like to ask you a few questions about last night," Sam began, looking directly at Mrs. Rummel. Her eyebrows started to wrinkle in a frown, and then, with an effort, she relaxed and nodded. She wasn't liking any part of this meeting, Dan thought. After several general questions on the happenings of the previous night, Sam asked, "Did your father carry any insurance, Mrs. Rummel?" "Yes. He told me once he had $15,000 and paid up insurance." "Who is the beneficiary?" "I am." "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" "No." "Besides the insurance, what else will be left to you?" Mrs. Rummel paused to think. "He owned his little grocery store. There's 3 rooms above it where he lived. What he made in the store kept him. That's about all he had. He always complained that he couldn't compete with the big chain stores. Most of his business was at night and on Sundays, and because he gave credit." Sam pursed his lips and looked down at his hands thoughtfully. After a minute he turned his attention to John Rummel. From the grayness of his skin and the droop of his shoulders, Sam knew he had suffered greatly in the past 20 hours. He looked as though he hadn't slept since the murder. "Just where were you when you heard the shots, Mr. Rummel?" Rummel brushed the sleeve of his shirt across his forehead. How many times would they ask him that? "Just like I told you cops before. I was unlocking the gate to the kennels." "Do you own a .38 caliber revolver, Mr. Rummel?" Sam noticed a slight shadow cross Rummel's face, and he realized that the question stirred him deeply. Rummel shook his head. "No." "Do you have any guns?" "Yes, a shotgun I use for hunting." "But you do not own a revolver?" "No." "You've never owned one?" Rummel's lips twisted. "I never said that. I said I didn't own one now." "Then you did have one at one time. How long ago?" "About a year ago." "What did you do with it?" "I sold it to a guy down at the shop," Rummel replied. "What's his name?" "Elmer Carlson, but he isn't working there anymore." "Where is he now?" Sam asked. "I don't know. He got fired and left town, I guess. I haven't seen him since he left." "What caliber was it?" Rummel's eyes darted from Sam to his wife and then back to Sam. After a pause he said, "38." Sam turned to Mrs. Rummel. "Did you know your husband had sold his revolver?" "Yes, he mentioned it one day last week." Sam looked back to Rummel. "You said you sold it a year ago, but you didn't tell your wife about it until last week?" "Yeah, it just so happened she asked me about it last week. I kept it in the bottom drawer of my dresser. When she straightened things out last week in my drawer, she didn't see it, and so she asked me where it was, and I told her I'd sold it." Is that the way it happened, Mrs. Rummel?" She did not reply immediately, but looked at her husband. Then after a pause she said, "Yes." "How did it happen you didn't tell your wife about selling the revolver at the time you sold it?" Rummel shrugged his shoulders. "Just didn't. Probably didn't think of it. It was my revolver." Sam nodded. "How much did you get for it?" $15. "And you didn't tell your wife you had the money?" "Why should I? It was my gun I sold." Sam rubbed his chin with his hand as he thought over what Rummel had just said. With unexplained abruptness he asked, "How'd you get along with your father-in-law?" "All right, I guess." "What do you mean, I guess?" "Well, he never did have much use for me. He kind of thought she could have done a lot better. I'm just a common machine hand." "Anything wrong with that?" Sam asked. "No, but I'm no big shot and never will be." Dan noticed that everything John Rummel said was vaguely annoying to his wife. A flash of color deepened her cheeks, covered her throat and ears. He felt sorry for both of them. "Did your father-in-law ever say anything about this to you since your marriage?" Sam continued. "No, we didn't get to see much of him after we got married because we moved to Ohio, to Columbus." "Was this the first time you'd seen him since your marriage?" "Oh, no. We drove back to Harlow a couple of times." "How'd he treat you on those occasions?" Rummel hesitated before he answered. "All right, I guess. He never said much one way or another, so I left him pretty much alone." "How was he on this visit to you? Any friendlier?" "Friendly enough, I guess. Same as usual." Sam turned to Mrs. Rummel. "What did your father do during the day while he was here?" Mrs. Rummel's face filled with distrust as she looked at the detective. "He just sat around most of the morning reading the newspaper and talking to me about old times in Harlow. He and I went into town a few times to a movie. A couple of days I drove in after lunch and dropped him in town, then picked him up again about 4 o'clock before I went to get John at the factory." "On the afternoons that your father was in town alone, did he say what he'd been doing?" "Yes, he said he had a couple of beers and watched television at a bar and talked to some men." "Did he mention what bar he went to?" "No." "Did he make any particular friends that you know of? Someone he would go into town definitely to see?" "I don't think so, unless it might have been the Mr. Smith who called about 8 last night. Dale wasn't what you'd call the talkative type. He never had a great deal to say. Some people thought him unfriendly because of that, but he wasn't. It was just his way." Mrs. Rummel looked at her husband. "Did he ever mention going in to see the county prosecutor, Mr. Brighton?" Mrs. Rummel realized that to the detective this was a question of great importance and in no way connected either her or her husband with the murder. She wished she could give him the answer he wanted, but all she could do was slowly shake her head and say, "No." "Do you know if he ever went into the courthouse at all?" Sam saw that Mrs. Rummel was trying hard to remember. Small perpendicular lines above her nose grew deeper. She touched her mouth with her handkerchief. "The other day when I drove in to pick him up, he was coming down the courthouse steps. Let's see, this is Saturday. I'm so mixed up on time the way things are. It must have been Wednesday afternoon that I saw him coming out of the courthouse. When he got into the car, I asked him what he was doing there, and he said, 'Just went in for a look around. Place needs painting and repairing. They've got some nice paintings in there, if they put some light on 'em.' He didn't say that he talked with anyone, but of course he might have." "If he had talked to Prosecutor Brighton, would he have told you?" "Not likely, unless I asked him directly. As I said, Dad never was much to talk. He was pretty quiet." Sam looked steadily at Mrs. Rummel. "There isn't anything you can think of that might help us find the murderer of your father?" "No, nothing. I've thought and thought about it, but nothing makes any sense." "Were the floodlights on when your husband went out to quiet the dogs?" "I'm sure they were. He always puts them on when he goes out and back at night." "But you didn't actually see whether they were on?" "Well, no, I didn't notice." Sam stood up and took a step or two to flex his legs. "Thank you for answering my questions," he said. "Do you have a recent photograph of your father?" I'd like one." She thought a moment. "The only photograph I have is 10 or 12 years old, and Dad has changed much since then. I do have some snapshots that I took a week ago. They're pretty good of him." "May I have one?" Without a word, Mrs. Rummel went into the house for the snapshots. Father O'Neill, Sam, Dan, and the policeman walked down the driveway to the shade where the police car was parked. Sam turned to the priest. "Father, you were with Mr. and Mrs. Rummel last night. Did you hear Mrs. Rummel accuse her husband? Patrolman Wilson thought he heard Mrs. Rummel say, 'You did it,' to her husband, but he wasn't sure what she was referring to or if she really said it." "No, I didn't hear anything like that," Father O'Neill replied. "Mr. Rummel was very solicitous at all times toward his wife while I was there." "Did you happen to notice whether the floodlights were on in the Rummel yard, Father?" "I really can't say. Everything happened so quickly." "My idea is," Sam continued, "that if Rummel planned to murder his father-in-law, he would not put on the floodlights before he left the house." The priest shook his head. "I'm sorry, I can't help you out on this, but I really don't remember." For a moment a silence hung between them. A faint breeze came from the south, carrying with it a heavy scent of pines from the park. "We subjected Rummel's hands to a paraffin test," Sam said, "but it showed nothing. Of course, he could have worn gloves, and he did admit washing his hands before we arrived." Father O'Neill raised his eyebrows. "Why did he do that?" "His story is that when he came upon you kneeling beside his father-in-law, he knelt down too, but lost his balance. When he put his hand out to steady himself, he came in contact with some blood, so he washed his hands as he cut through the kitchen to tell his wife." "That could be." Sam picked idly at a shirt button. "Guess that's all I've got to ask you, Father. Thanks for waiting." With a patrolman at the wheel, the police cruiser moved rapidly toward the business section of Merton. Dan turned to Sam. "Do you think Mrs. Rummel accused her husband of killing the old man, as Wilson said?" Sam shook his head. "I don't know what to think. Maybe he did hear her say, 'You did it,' but maybe he didn't. Some people let their imagination run away with them, even cops. Then, too, the 'you did it' could have referred to anything." The three men talked about the two murders until they reached Courthouse Square. Vance Adams and Art Short were standing on the sidewalk, talking to each other, so Sam asked the patrolman to pull over to the curb. "I want to talk to them. They were both in the Merchants Bank building last night." For the next 20 minutes, Dan listened to Sam discuss his brother's death with Vance Adams and Art Short. He learned nothing new about the case. Before leaving the two men, Sam said, "More than ever, I believe there is some connection between these two murders. And the answer is down in Missouri where Duffield lived, if we can only find it." Dan's curiosity was roused, so he made sure to walk with Sam back to the cruiser. "How come you feel these two murders are connected?" he asked. "Got any definite reason?" Sam did not reply immediately, and when he did, he spoke softly, almost to himself. "Let's say I just got a hunch." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. 11. Sam Brighton, accompanied by Sergeant Tuttle, went immediately into the courthouse with a picture of Clarence Duffield, which he had obtained from Mrs. Rummel. He showed it to the receptionist and secretary in the prosecutor's office, to the custodian, and to various other county employees, but none of them recognized the man as anyone who had visited Wally Brighton, or for that matter, as anyone who had been inside or near the building. Sam felt stymied as he stood outside his brother's office, wondering what to do next. He had pinned great hopes on the picture. Somehow he felt sure that it would prove that the former Missouri sheriff had dropped in to see the prosecutor, and if Duffield had been seen with Wally, then the visit could possibly have been in connection with something that led to their deaths. Sam moved his hand across his eyes. He couldn't stop his search now, but what could he do next? Should he go back and have it out with Vera? Try to find out why she'd changed her story? Was she trying to protect Stoll and give him an alibi? Which of Vera's statements was the truth? Had Stoll been in the bank building, and was she trying to help him cover up by saying he was in the theater when she arrived? The latter statement of Vera's gave Stoll an alibi. Was Vera in love with Clayton Stoll? It was hard to believe, but then one could never tell. If they weren't involved, why were they so afraid that Vera felt she had to change her story to protect him? The more Sam thought of the situation, the more dejected he became. What good would it do to question Vera any more? She'd only insist that he had misunderstood her. His thoughts drifted to Vance Adams. From what Davis had told him, there was a fellow who really was afraid. Why? He didn't know, but maybe it was worth looking into. On the surface, it seemed that Adams' only connection with the whole affair was the fact that he'd found Wally dead and had called the police. But why all the jitters? Had he lied, or didn't he know just what he was saying when he told how Anderson had seen him leaving Wally's office? Why did he leave the office anyway, after he'd phoned the police? It didn't make sense. And what about the memo pad on Wally's desk with the word Others and the letters AMS on it? The AMS was probably the last 3 letters in Adams. But the Others, could it be part of the word Brothers? If so, what brothers? The Adamses, RG and Vance? Maybe he should go over and see Vance Adams. He walked briskly down the corridor, across the rotunda, to the cigar stand operated by Roy Winters, a blind man. Winters turned his head as Sam approached. "Morning, Sam. You're kind of late around here, aren't you?" "Kind of, Roy. Give me 3 of the usual." Sam took 3 cigars from the box that Roy extended. "I can't ever get over how you can recognize the sound of my walk, Roy. It's uncanny." "Not after 57 years of seeing with my eyes, Sam. No 2 people walk just alike, any more than they look alike, I guess." "I sure wish you could see, Roy. I've got a picture here of Duffield, the guy that was murdered out by St. James Church. I've been showing it to everyone around here, trying to find out if he'd been in here talking to Wally. But no one recognizes him. I just thought there might be some connection between his murder and Wally's." "This Duffield, was he an old man?" "About 73. Why?" "Did he talk with a southern drawl?" "I don't know. What makes you ask?" Winters thought for a moment. "Day before your brother was shot, an old man with a southern drawl asked me where your brother's office was. I started to tell him, and just then I heard Wally walking past my stand, so I called out to him that the man wanted to see him." "They talked for a while, and then they both went out." "What did they talk about?" "I don't know. All I heard was the man say, 'I've got some business for you.'" "How'd you know he was an old man, Roy?" "You know how, Sam. By his voice. He was old and he was tired, but he was excited too. There was a ring of excitement there." "And he had a southern drawl?" "Not too much, but some Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri." "Duffield was from Missouri." "Could have been him, then." Sam rubbed his chin reflectively. "Could have, and probably was. Wonder what he wanted Wally for." "Wish I could help you, Sam, but that's all I know." It was 11:30 by the courthouse clock when Sam and Sergeant Tuttle entered the office of Vance and R.G. Adams. The receptionist informed them that Vance was not in, but perhaps R.G. could see them. R.G. Adams' lack of cordiality explained immediately to Sam why the young woman in the outer office had said perhaps R.G. would see them. As she closed the door to R.G.'s private office behind her, Adams nodded for the 2 men to be seated, then said pompously, "My brother and I work very closely together. We keep nothing from each other. I'm sure I can take care of any business you may have with him." Sam frowned. "Not this time. We have to see him. Police business. But maybe you can give us some general background. You 2 have been in Merton about 25 years, I believe. Where'd you live before that?" R.G.'s jawline hardened. "May I ask why you want background, as you say? My brother can't be a suspect simply because he discovered your brother's body last night." Sam shook his head. "No more than anyone else who was here in this building at the time of the murder." R.G.'s eyes narrowed. "I understand that you yourself were in the building at the time." Sam nodded. "True. News certainly gets around, doesn't it? Now that I've answered your question, how about you answering mine?" Your question is not relevant. What possible bearing could it have on your brother's death?" Sam felt irritation creeping through him. "Suppose you let me decide whether or not the question is relevant. I'm not asking questions just to be asking them. I want information. Where did you and your brother live before you came to Merton?" Archie stiffened. "I don't like this at all. You have no right to come into our office and dig into our private lives as though we were common criminals. Until you explain why you want this information, I'm afraid I see no need of giving it to you." Sergeant Tuttle raised his eyebrows and looked at Sam. This guy sure was going to stand on his rights. Sam sat back hard against the chair. "Look," he said, "you don't have to tell me anything. I'm not interested in you. We'll just have your brother down to the station for questioning, if you don't care to cooperate." Archie thought this over for a moment before he said, "It's not that I'm averse to you knowing where we are from. It's St. Louis, but it is—" "St. Louis, Missouri?" Sam asked. "Yes, Missouri." There was a finality to the word Missouri that Sam didn't like. Before he could say anything, Archie went on. "But as I was saying, I dislike your prying into our private affairs. I can't see how the police can presume in this way." Sam nodded. "I know how you feel about it, Mr. Adams, but we've got a job to do. How far is St. Louis from Harlow? Ever hear of it? Small town, I guess." "It's about 80 miles. Did you happen to know a man down there 25 years ago by the name of Clarence Duffield?" Archie shook his head. "No, we had no acquaintance in the town of Harlow." Sam turned to Sergeant Tuttle. "We'll go now. We'll drop around later when your brother is in. Maybe he'll feel more like answering our questions." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 12. At 1 o'clock that afternoon, Sam Brighton parked his car in the driveway at Happy Tippolow's home and walked quickly to the front door of the stone ranch house, sprawling arrogantly on a well-kept double lot. A small, dark-haired woman opened the door slightly in answer to his ring. "Mrs. Tippolow?" Sam asked. "Yes." "I'm Sam Brighton. I phoned Mr. Tippolow a while ago and he said he'd be at home. May I see him?" A wan smile crossed her lips. She swung the door open wide and stepped aside. "Yes, he's home. Come in. Too hot to go out today." Sam stepped across the threshold into the hallway, and Mrs. Tippolow quickly closed the door. "I was sorry to hear about your brother, Mr. Brighton. He was a good man. I'll pray for his soul." "Thank you," Sam said. It seemed incongruous to hear prayers mentioned in this house. Yet why should it? She wasn't Happy Tippolow. Maybe she disliked his way of life as much as anyone. She looked like a good woman. "Nice and cool in here." Mrs. Tippolow beamed. "It's air-conditioned. Always the same temperature. Won't you sit down? I'll call Happy." Sam seated himself on a divan from which he could see out across the hills toward the river, the wall-sized picture window forming a frame for the view. While he waited, Sam looked about him, astounded at the luxury of the furnishings. It was easy to see that an interior decorator with modern ideas had been allowed complete freedom, no thought of cost. In a few moments Tippolow entered the room. He wore white flannels, a white sweatshirt, and soft-soled white shoes. His first impulsive smile faded as he took Sam's hand. "Too bad about your brother." "Thank you." Tippolow licked his lips, picked up a silver box from the table, offered a cigarette to Sam, and took one himself. He then snapped open and extended a table lighter. He inhaled a long breath of smoke and blew it lightly through his teeth before he said, "My way of looking at it is, you never know. So make the best of it while you're here." Sam shook his head. That was the way Wally looked at it too. "Meaning?" "Get everything you can out of life any way you can." Tippolow forced a laugh. "I go along with that all right." "But what have you got in the end? Whatever you get that way doesn't do you much good." Tippolow shrugged and threw out one of his arms across Sam's shoulder. "Maybe you got something there." Now let's go back to my office." He led the way to the rear of the house. "You've got quite a layout here," Sam said. There was pride in Happy's voice when he answered, "Sure, why not? Costs plenty, but who cares? I put out the money, it gets scattered around, and I get my money back." Then he laughed. "After that, I got the money and the house, too. Nuts, ain't it?" "And the suckers paid for it." "Sure, suckers. World's full of 'em." Tippolow's office seemed to be hermetically sealed when the door was closed. Light came in through glass blocks. The walls, cupboards at the end of the room, the large flat-topped desk, and the chairs were done in softly polished natural birch. The heavy pile of the rug was gray-blue, as were the chair seats. Sam seated himself beside Tippolow's desk. A cool current of air swept through the room. "Cool air feels good in this heat. You've sure got it nice," Sam said. Tippolo looked about him, pleased at Sam's praise. Then he seated himself behind the wide expanse of his desk, leaned back in the chair, and asked, "What's on your mind, Sam?" "You were in the Merchants' Bank building about 8:10 last night, right?" "Sure, so was a lot of other people, but I already told Wilkes and Davis all about it." "What time did they pick you up?" "A little after 9, but I had to sit in that stinking station a couple hours before Wilkes got in. What's this all about? I don't know nothing about Wally's getting bumped. I got nothing to hide. I went to Wally's office about that time and heard you and Wally arguing." Sam's eyebrows raised, showing his surprise. "Wasn't much of an argument." "Yeah? You were sure making a lot of noise." Sam thought for a moment. "Did you tell Wilkes you heard us arguing?" "Sure, why not? You wasn't you?" "Well, we weren't exactly seeing things eye to eye, but we weren't sore at each other." Tippolo shrugged his shoulders. "I just told Wilkes what it sounded like to me. That's why I left. Didn't know when you two'd get through." "What did you go to see Wally about?" Tippolo eyed Sam with suspicion. "Wilkes send you out here?" "No, I haven't talked to Wilkes about you." "Maybe Davis sent you?" "Davis doesn't send me anywhere. I take orders from Wilkes." "Okay, it was like this. I had a little business with Wally, and dropped in to see him. You two was arguing, so I beat it. Then I drove over to Watertown on some other business. Make anything out of that?" "Look, Happy, forget I'm on the police force. Think of me only as Wally's brother. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to find out who murdered him." Tippolo looked slyly at Sam. "Right now I'll give you odds that Wilkes thinks you killed him." For a moment Sam sat motionless. He recalled distinctly the questioning look in Wilkes' eyes last night, and again this morning. There had been much sympathy, but there had been suspicion too. Sam shook his head and laughed harshly. "Nuts, Tippolo. Be reasonable." "I ain't dreaming this up, Sam. I said it was Wilkes. I saw it in his face when I told him that you and Wally'd been arguing. Why, just before that he was going to lock me up for the night, just because he thought I didn't tell him what your brother came over to see me about yesterday afternoon. Why, he wouldn't even let me call Sid Tilford. Said I could spend the night on one of those crummy beds with the cockroaches. He was sore, but then all of a sudden when I told him how you and Wally was arguing, he forgot all about it and let me go home right away. Seems to me that you took my place in Wilkes' mind. See what I mean?" Sam sat studying Tippolo for several moments, weighing his reply. He didn't doubt that what Tippolo said was the truth as he saw it, but Tippolo was wrong. He couldn't be down in Wilkes' book for Wally's murder. Nuts. Wilkes wasn't going to lock you up. He was bluffing. Just putting on pressure. Tippolo took a long drag on his cigarette, blew out the smoke, and shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, Sam. I ain't arguing with you. That's the way it was, just like I told you. But the way it looks to me is, Wilkes ain't sure about you." Sam frowned. "Forget it, Happy. What I'd like to know is why Wally came out here to see you yesterday." For a moment storm signals were up in Tippolo. They showed in the spotted flush of his face, the uneven pitch of his voice, and the way he stared angrily at Sam. "Wilkes sent you. You guys ain't trying to pull a fast one and pin this on me, are you? I got nothing to do with it." "I told you before, Happy. Forget that I'm on the police force. Maybe it's like you say, that I'm in a bad spot with Wilkes. If I am, I want to get out of it. Let's think of this from the angle that I really want to find the murderer. My personal belief is that there's some connection between Wally's death and that of the old sheriff, Duffield. There must be a connection, and I think the solution can be found in Missouri, where Duffield lived. I'm leaving for there Monday, right after the funeral." Tippolo shook his head. "I told Wilkes all I know." "What'd you tell him?" Sam asked. "Just how it was. I was out in the car looking at my flowers. Wally came along in his car. He stopped, and I asked him in for a drink. So he had a drink and beat it." "What'd you talk about while he was here?" Happy grinned. "My flowers?" "Wilkes didn't swallow that." Happy laughed. "He didn't want to." "And Wally didn't drive way out here just to look at your flowers. Don't give me that line." Tippolo shrugged, rubbed out his cigarette, and lighted another one. "He was just driving by, I tell you. Just driving by." "I'm not buying any of that, Happy. I saw you and Wally talking in the street a little after 4 o'clock. So don't try to tell me Wally just dropped by and stopped to admire your flowers." After a few more attempts at evasive answers, Tippolo said, "Okay, I'll tell you exactly how it was." A ripple of self-assurance flashed across his face before he leaned over the desk towards Sam and said in a low voice, "Wally came out here to tell me he was going to run for judge. He wanted me to raise my ante in his campaign fund. I told him I'd have to think about it. Afterwards, I decided I'd string along. He'd be just as useful to me as a judge as he would be as a prosecutor. So I went to his office last night to tell him. That's when I heard you and him arguing." "You didn't tell Wilkes that?" "I know. It wasn't any of Wilkes' business. Anyway, he wouldn't have believed me, not after my saying first that Wally just dropped out for a beer and a look at the garden. So I just decided to stick to that line all the time." Tippolo paused and his voice became more guttural. "And if you tell him otherwise, I'll say you're nuts. And don't for 1 minute forget that Wilkes already ain't too sure that you didn't bump off your brother." Sam pushed back his chair. He didn't doubt the truth of what Tippolo had just told him. Wally had been accepting money from Happy. Sam's stomach seemed to shrink in on him. He watched Tippolo eye him as he lighted another cigarette. Tippolo was trying to see how he was taking it. With a quick gesture, Tippolo rubbed out his own cigarette. "You believe me, don't you?" Sam shrugged and ignored the question. "Got any ideas who killed Wally?" Tippolo shook his head thoughtfully. "Nope." "If you pick up anything, let me know, will you?" There was no expression on Tippolo's face. His eyes were dull, and he made no reply, no promise. Sam stood up to leave. "I've got to get back for the inquest at 3. You're sure you don't know of anyone out to get Wally?" Tippolo looked at Sam carefully as he leaned back in his chair, his hand gripping hard on the hinge of his right knee. Sam thought he looked pleased and amused. "No, no one in particular, Sam, but—" "Let's have it, Happy. Who do you have in mind?" Happy's eyes had a cruel glint in them. He seemed half glad to be able to say what he was going to. "It's a funny thing, Sam, but when Wally was out here yesterday afternoon, he said there was someone who might—" "Who was Wally afraid of?" Sam's voice had an edge of impatience as he cut in. "Come on, Happy, tell me." "Well, as I said, yesterday afternoon Wally told me that he was ever bumped off for me to tell Wilkes or Davis to check on where you was at the time." Sam felt himself recoil from the shock of the words. Wally couldn't have felt that way about him. Despair and confusion flowed in his veins and thudded noisily in his temples and throat. He felt Happy's eyes putting their judgment on him. The air of the room was suddenly too thin to breathe. Sam knew his voice sounded cracked. "Wally couldn't mean that. He must have been drunk to say a thing like that." "Wally never got drunk. You know that, Sam." Happy's voice was dull, flat, and indifferent again. Sam could take the statement or leave it. Cops, any cop, left him cold. Sam stood leaning with his fingertips on the desk. He couldn't go on with any more of this. It was all he could do from lashing out at those dark, insolent eyes. They were quick eyes, with a brain behind to match them. He could feel Tippolo's bold self-confidence. "I suppose you told Wilkes and Davis what you just told me?" Tippolo grinned. Not a full grin, but he hoped it covered the humor of the situation as he saw it. No, I ain't said nothing. I don't want to get messed up in this thing, so I ain't talking. No. It was a question which didn't call for an answer. Sam took his hands from the desk and strode toward the door. Tupelo stood up. I may want to talk to you again about this, Sam said, his voice strained but even. Any time you say, Sam. There was a burble of malicious laughter in Tupelo's voice as he added, This time the pleasure was all mine. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 13. The twilight sky dripped with a mild gray rain Sunday evening as Dan O'Hare rang the doorbell of the Altman home. It was 8 o'clock. That meant that they'd just had time to make the 8:20 feature at the palace. Come on, honey, get on your best toga and we'll head for town, Dan said as Mary opened the door. She smiled happily at him and laid a hand on his arm as she moved beside him to steer him into the living room. I'd just as soon stay in, Mary said, "'cause I'm a cat and don't like water, especially in the form of rain. I'd rather talk. I've got a lot to ask you." Dan grinned broadly. "Okay with me. Could do with some nice talk myself." He sat down on the sofa. "I've got plenty to talk to you about, too. There's a number of things I want to get settled, and pronto. One is about us." "Oh, that's not what I want to talk about," Mary said. "We've got lots of time later for that. What I want to know is about some of the stuff you've picked up on the Brighton and Duffield cases. I've been left in the dark too long. Remember, I only write society. There hasn't been a good murder in that department in a long time." "I don't know anything that hasn't been in the columns of the Dispatch. Ever read that newspaper?" "Sure, silly. But I mean, what have you learned that you haven't put into print?" "Nothing you don't already know." Dan reached over and took her hand. "Gee, Mary, who wants to talk shop? Let's talk about us. I'm all for forgetting this idea of yours of working a year before we get married. It sounded all right to me last June, but I can't go along with it now. Any way you look at it, I think we ought to get married soon." "And be tormented by insecurity?" "Don't make me laugh, honey. Your salary for the next 6 or 8 months isn't going to make for perpetual security." "I know, Dan, but I want to have the experience of working. I always said I'd work a while after college, and I want to do it. And in spite of what the poets say, 2 can't live as cheap as 1. Why, I'm buying a lot of things each payday for our home. Just think of all I can get with my salary for the next 9 months, and neither of us will tarnish or corrode waiting that short time." "Look, Mary," Dan continued, "we're not getting any younger. Remember what the psychologists say. Marry young, it steadies a person. Why, it could—" "Who wants to be steadied?" Mary cut in. "Anyway, Dan, you haven't one homespun quality. Why, at the faintest smell of a news item, you'd take off, leaving me alone in my gilded cage, 3 flights up, rear. I've even been thinking that maybe we should wait longer than a year, maybe until you've cooled off enough to become a city editor." Dan put up both hands. "Whoa, lady, take it easy." He spoke good-naturedly, but with a mild emphasis which Mary knew he meant. "I know the bank teller doesn't get cramps in his fingers counting out the money when he cashes my weekly check, but just the same, there are hundreds of families living on less than I make." "That's very true, Dan, but what I save in the next few months will make a bigger down payment on our home. Believe me, when you marry me, you're getting a real ball and chain around your neck. I've got very definite ideas about what makes a home, and one of them isn't that the wife goes out to work." "That's the way I want it. No working wife for me," Dan said. "Suppose we will have to wait until next spring if you say so, but I think it's nuts. I will admit, though, you're really worth waiting for, honey." He looked up at the clock on the mantel. "Let's go. We could still make the show at the palace." Mary wrinkled her nose. "Let's not. I'd rather stay home and figure out who shot Mr. Duffield and Mr. Brighton. I bet we could dope it out if we really put our heads together on it." Dan shook his head. "How? We haven't even got all the facts. There are things the police know, or that I think they know and haven't told. Anyhow, Mary, it's the cops' job. Let them do it." Mary leaned toward him, her eyes laughing and tender. I haven't much faith in your cops, Dan. Take Mr. Wilkes, for instance. He's—
Oh, don't sell Wilkes short, Mary. I know he's no bundle of speed, but he's a wise old bird dog.
Not wise enough. And that man Davis certainly is no intellectual. His face screws up with pain every time he thinks. It hurts so much.
Dan laughed but persisted. Wilkes will crack these cases in time. You can't force work like this. Things have to come natural, fall into a certain pattern. Then you have your proof.
But you have to get all the information before the pattern is made, right?
Dan nodded.
And I can't help feeling that Mr. Wilkes isn't the type to get that information.
You don't know him. That's your trouble, Mary. He isn't exactly the ringer type, but he'll squeeze out the information without anyone being aware of it. He's really smooth, and don't forget that Sam Brighton is working on the case too, and he's got a double incentive.
Yes, Mary said. Sam might do it. He has more zip than Mr. Wilkes and Davis combined. She sat motionless for a long minute, deep in thought, reminding Dan of a charming figurine. Do you have your rosary with you?
Sure.
Good, Mary said. Put it in the same pocket with your pack of cigarettes and lighter. Mary stood up and pulled a straight back chair from the desk in the corner and placed it in the middle of the room. Sit here, Dan, and imagine there's a big, wide desk in front of you. You're Wally Brighton and—
No, thank you, Dan cut in. I'm not Brighton. He's dead and I'm very much alive and very much in love with a silly young lady who wants to play detective games.
Mary made a face at him but went on unperturbed. Now you're Wally Brighton and you reach into your pocket for your cigarettes and lighter. Your rosary comes out with them. What do you do? Dan stood up from the sofa and gave her a wry smile.
Do we have to do this, Mary?
Yes.
With resignation, Dan sat in the chair. And now what, Miss Sherlock?
Mary touched the tip of her nose with the forefinger of her right hand and stood thinking. Suddenly she took a step forward, standing about 4 feet in front of Dan. I'm the murderer. I'm calling on you. While I'm standing here, you reach into your pocket and pull out the rosary, along with your cigarettes and lighter. Why would you want the rosary?
Dan looked down at the objects in his hand. I'd say I didn't want the rosary, that it just came out, tangled with the lighter and cigarette pack.
Right, Mary said. That's the way I figured it too. Dan put a cigarette in his mouth, set fire to it, and laughed out smoke.
So what have you proved?
Mary looked reproachfully at him. How can I prove anything when you won't be serious, when you won't cooperate? She stepped over, took the cigarette from his mouth, and rubbed it out in the ashtray. You've just got to be serious, Dan. How did it happen that Mr. Brighton had the rosary in one hand and the revolver on the floor beside his other hand?
I've wondered a lot about it, Dan said. He paused and ran his tongue over the inside of his lips. It's the one thing more than any other that proves to me Wally Brighton did not commit suicide.
Yes, and your Mr. Wilkes thinks that he did. That's why I maintain that the cops need our help, or someone's help in solving this. Mr. Brighton didn't commit suicide, Mary said firmly.
I agree there, Mary. The rosary was clutched in his left hand, remember? And when a person shoots himself, he usually has a pretty firm hold on the revolver. He's tense to start with, and the instant he dies, he usually undergoes a spasm which causes his fingers to stiffen, while the rest of his body is completely limp. This is usually confused with rigor mortis, which does not set in and reach the hands for at least 2 hours after death. It's absolutely definite that Wally died instantly from the way he clutched the rosary, but if he shot himself, why wasn't he hanging onto the pistol, too?
That's just it, Mary said. That's what we've got to find out. We're both satisfied that he didn't commit suicide, even though Wilkes may think he did. So all we've got to do is to find out who killed him. Dan raised his eyebrows and spread the fingers of both hands out with only the index fingers touching.
Simple as all that, my dear. Who? Just who was it?
He glanced up at the mantel clock.
Come on, honey, we can still make the late show.
Mary shook her head impatiently. I couldn't sit through a movie now. I would be thinking all the time about how we have really important things to do and we aren't doing them. Dan, I'd like to help you solve these cases. You think I'm just talking about wanting to help. I'm serious. I'd like nothing better than to be able to do something constructive and show Mr. Falls. He thinks all I can do is write pretty stories.
You'd like nothing better than that? Dan asked. Gee, honey, it isn't that important to you, is it?
Well, it's a matter of principle. I think I'm qualified to write general assignments and not just the specialized stuff I'm doing.
You won't solve a murder by sitting here, worrying about it, Dan said. If you're so determined, guess we might as well see what we can do.
You're nice, Dan, thanks. Now about this. We won't know who killed Mr. Brighton until we know everyone who saw him in his office last Friday night. Also what was said between them. Mary counted off on her fingers the names of the persons who had been there. There you are. Who's the best suspect? Dan shook his head and his lips twitched in a shadowy smile.
You don't track down a criminal like that, or that easy. How do you know the one you're looking for is among the ones listed? My guess is that he isn't.
Frowning with impatience, Mary said, "But we've got to start somewhere, with someone."
Again Dan shook his head. "No, we don't, honey. That's police work."
"You win. It really is the job of the police. But we can help, can't we?"
"We can if we know something, and then it's our duty to tell. But we don't have to knock ourselves out trying."
Mary stood up and looked around the room, clicking her thumbnail against her teeth as her eyes moved slowly. The murderer had to be someone Mr. Brighton knew, someone he wasn't afraid of, or he wouldn't have taken out cigarettes to smoke. Right? Dan made no reply. Absent-mindedly, he put a cigarette between his lips and put the flame of his lighter to it. "You haven't paid any attention to what I've been saying," Mary said. Dan blew smoke down the front of his shirt.
"Your trouble is, Mary, you're looking for one murderer. Sam Brighton's convinced that there is a connection between the death of his brother and that of the old sheriff. I'm inclined to agree with him. So the thing to look for is a pair of murderers."
Mary nodded and looked at Dan with sharp attentiveness. "But one of them had to be in the merchant's bank when Brighton was killed."
"True enough."
"So we just figure out who that is and pair him off with someone else, after we know why he did it. Then for all we know—" The telephone sounded sharply through the room. Mary walked quickly to the front hall to answer it. There was a brittle, excited edge to her voice when she called to Dan. "It's Vince Partridge from the office. He wants to talk to you." As Dan hurried into the hall, Mary covered the mouthpiece with her hand. "He's all excited about something." Mary watched as Dan held the receiver, his expression changing from open curiosity to grim astonishment.
"Where'd it happen?" Dan asked.
After a moment he said,
"What's the house number?"
There was another slight pause. Then Dan said,
"Okay, I'm on my way."
He banged down the phone into its cradle and turned to Mary.
"Sam Brighton's been shot."
Mary's hand flew to her mouth and she gasped, startled. "Where? Is he dead?"
"At his home. I think so. I've got to run, honey."
Mary beat him to the guest closet. "No, you don't. You're not running out on me. I'm going along." Dan grinned and gave her a lift with her raincoat.
"Okay, sob sister. I thought you were the kitten who was afraid of rain."
End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Therese. 14. The wind blew wisps of hair against Mary's face as she and Dan raced through the rain to his car. Neither stood on ceremony. They were like two firemen off to a fire. Dan stepped on the starter and the motor set up an expectant purr. As the car slipped away into the darkness, headlights dancing on the wet pavement, Dan said,
"Guess my public relations job at police headquarters paid off."
"How's that?"
"A year ago, no one down there would have bothered to call the dispatch office to get in touch with me. There's been a complete changeover in their way of thinking, and I'd like to think it's the pressure I put on them."
"It was sure swell of the desk sergeant to call Partridge."
"Yes, it was. Believe me, I put on a promotion job down there. I showed them how there might be times when the police would need the dispatch, just as badly as the paper needs the police on stories like this."
"It worked this time, anyway, Dan," Mary said. Suddenly, more from instinct than definable thought, she realized her tenseness. "This is the kind of newspaper work I really go for. It's exhilarating."
"Yes," Dan agreed, "but always at someone's expense. In this case, Sam Brighton's."
Mary felt the deflation set in. "Yes, I know." They rode in silence, both deep in thought. The rain slackened and the wind increased its tree-whipping blasts. Occasionally the moon peeked out from behind racing clouds. Several moments later, Dan said with a great depth of feeling, "Whoever shot Sam will certainly regret it. You just don't kill cops or newspaper reporters and get away with it. Other citizens, maybe, yes, but cops and reporters, no. The hunt goes on and never stops. Cops and reporters have long memories. They never forget." Mary thought she had never seen Dan quite so stirred up. She glanced at the speedometer. "Hadn't you better slow down?" Dan looked at the dashboard and let out a long drawn-out "Wowa!" Then he watched the needle fall back to 35 miles per hour. "These things sure run away with the guy," he said. Mary laughed softly. "Especially when you press the accelerator down to the floorboards. You sure are keyed up on this one, Dan." He didn't say anything for a moment, but his jaw was set hard. "Sam Brighton was a swell guy. Guess maybe you had something, honey, when you said a little while ago that the cops needed help in solving these 2 murders." He gave Mary a quick glance and a grin. "Always right, aren't you, pal?" "Well, not always," Mary said slowly, "but I'm batting pretty good this time." The moon had disappeared and the rain was pelting down again when Dan parked his car at the curb in front of the Brighton home, directly behind a Buick with the doctor's identification tag attached to the license plate. He helped Mary out and they ran, hand in hand, up the long driveway, past an ambulance and a police cruiser, to the house which stood deep in the lot. The house was large and old, with bay windows pushing out in front and on either side of the heavily ornate porch. Policemen taller stood deep within the shadows on the porch, away from the slanting rain. When he recognized Dan and Mary in the glowing rays from his flashlight, he called, "Go around to the back door, Dan." "Thanks, Toller," Dan yelled over his shoulder. The 2 reporters entered the enclosed back porch, then stepped into the kitchen through the open door. "Oh!" Mary exclaimed, taken by surprise at the modern interior. For a moment she stood still, taking in the details. Here, she thought, Sam Brighton had shown his love for his mother. The room was a page from a home decorator's file. Wilkes stood in a corner of the room, talking in a low voice to a uniformed policeman. When he stopped to listen to the policeman's reply, Mary noted that his mouth was a thin, tight line, and his face had a gray tinge. She saw a pulse move in his throat, a sign of fatigue she had come to recognize in some people. She wondered if Wilkes had slept any since Wally Brighton's murder. He looked like a man too weary to think or act. When Dan's eyes questioned him, Wilkes made a slight gesture toward the front of the house. Before Dan had taken 3 steps in that direction, Wilkes put up his hand. "Don't go in yet, Dan. Dr. Brown is in there with Sam." Words lifted in Dan's throat, and he let his lips say them as his mind raced hopefully. "He isn't dead, then?" "No. He's unconscious, though. The bullet entered the temporal region of the skull and went out the opposite side. It's very serious, but Doc Brown says he has a slight chance of pulling through." "Any idea who shot him?" Dan asked. For a moment the detective looked at Dan with unseeing eyes. Then he blinked away the blankness of his stare. "No, I don't have the slightest idea who would want to kill Sam. I didn't think he had an enemy in town." "Maybe it was the same one who killed his brother," Mary said. Wilkes nodded as if he had scarcely heard her. Then he lowered himself into the nearest chair. He sat silently and dispiritedly for a long moment before he looked up to Dan. "I suppose you want a few facts. Well, here's what we know for all we've got so far. Sam was sitting in the living room talking to his mother and his Aunt Laura. They'd just come back from the funeral home. His back was to the bay window, through which the shot was fired." Wilkes paused, as if it was an effort to talk. "Someone standing outside the window shot at him from a distance of about 8 feet. We got plaster casts of his 2 footprints. Big man did the shooting, probably. Looks to me like he wore a 12 double E shoe. We'll find out for certain later. As soon as Dr. Brown gets Sam to the hospital, we'll get the bullet out of the door casing. Can't hammer and saw now make a lot of noise." "How's his mother taking it?" Mary asked. "Pretty good, considering," Wilkes replied. "She's upstairs with her sister now. She's sure had it rough." Wilkes stopped for a minute and then went on, his voice firm. "I've got men out scouring the neighborhood to find out if anyone saw a stranger around, or a strange car parked nearby.
My guess is the getaway car was left at the end of the alleyway, behind the Alcroft Foundry and Machine Co. That way the guy who shot Sam could steal up the dark alley, go through the backyard, fire the shot, and leave by the same way he came. He sure picked a night when there'd be very few people on the streets." "How about it, Chief?" Dan asked. "Do you still think Wally committed suicide?" Wilkes worked his lips nervously for a moment. "In view of the attempt on Sam's life, I'll guess we'll have to rule that out." "Then you think the person who killed Wally is the one who shot Sam?" Mary asked. "Could be," Wilkes said wearily. He passed his hand over his forehead 3 or 4 times, then added, "What I can't figure is why anyone would want to kill Sam. Wally, yes, he had plenty of enemies, but not Sam." "Maybe Mr. Brighton had discovered who killed his brother," Mary said. "That's possible, Mary, but not very likely. If he had, he'd have told me, and he wouldn't have been sitting here at home. I know Sam too well for that. We'd have had the person arrested by now." "But maybe Sam was on the right track when he thought there was some connection between Wally's murder and the old sheriff, Duffield," Dan said. "Maybe that's why someone took a shot at him, to silence him before he could push it any more. Maybe this whole case should be worked from that angle." There was a defensive tone in Wilkes' voice as he said sharply, "We're working on it from every angle, O'Hara. I know what Sam thought. He told me. I've talked on the phone with the sheriff down in Harlem, Missouri, 4 times in the past 2 days. He's investigated anything that could possibly concern Duffield, and he says nothing of value cropped up. He agrees with me that there's no possible connection between the 2 murders." Dan choked back the impulse to object. He wanted to ask how Wilkes was sure the sheriff down in Harlow had really made a thorough investigation of Duffield's past, but he knew nothing would be gained by arguing the point. Dan knew that Wilkes depended on his carefully ordered memory of past events to solve this case, just as it had aided him at other times. He also knew that Wilkes was not disturbed by over-imaginative whirlwinds. He would plod along, working endless hours until some tangible clue appeared. Mary bit her lip as Dan and Wilkes talked. She knew Dan didn't agree with the chief, and she was wondering why he didn't press his objection harder. Finally, unable to keep quiet any longer, she said softly, "But, Mr. Wilkes, don't you think that perhaps the person who shot Sam wanted to keep him from going to Missouri to investigate? He told us he was planning to go." Wilkes' eyes became animated for a second, and then he blinked them as if trying to rid his mind of the thought. "Mary may have a point, Wilkes," Dan said quickly. "Sam knew something that was dangerous to the guilty party. That's certain, or he wouldn't have been shot." Before Wilkes could reaffirm his disbelief in any tie-up of the 2 cases, there was the sound of movement beyond the closed door leading to the dining room. All eyes turned in that direction. Suddenly the door was jerked open and Dr. Brown came into the kitchen. The doctor was a short, bald, middle-aged man of brisk movement. A tiny blond mustache twitched on his upper lip as he nodded toward Dan and Mary. Looking at Wilkes, he said, "You may go in now. I'm through in there. They're taking Sam to the hospital." "Is he going to live?" Wilkes asked. "He's got a fighting chance. His pulse and respiration are normal, and that's usually a good sign." "Is he still unconscious?" Dan asked. "Yes." "How long do you suppose he'll be out?" Wilkes asked. The doctor pursed his lips. "That's hard to say. Maybe hours, maybe days. Have to wait and see. Depends on how much damage is done in the temporal region." He turned quickly, walked through the dining room, and disappeared. Dan took Mary by the arm. "Let's go in and have a look." Wilkes followed them. Unlike the kitchen with its modern decor, the dining room and living room were of no particular period. Scattered through the 2 rooms were comparatively new pieces of furniture, bought to replace those that had worn out, but an aura of the past predominated in the 2 rooms. Dan's roving eye took in the scene. For a short time he stood quietly watching, listening, judging. Wilkes pointed to a large, overstuffed chair. "That's where Sam was sitting." He walked over to the doorway leading to the front hall. Pointing to a small hole in the casing, he said, "Here's where the bullet went in. We'll get busy now and take it out." Dan moved over toward the window. "If it wasn't so stuffy and hot, the assailant wouldn't have had such an easy time," Dan said, as he pointed to the window which was raised about a foot. The guy had easy work shooting through the window screen." Wilkes nodded. "That's right, Dan." A policeman entered the front hall, water dripping from his glistening black raincoat. His glance, filled with curiosity, swept the interior of the hall and the living room beyond before he said, "The watchman over at the Alcroft Foundry and Machine Company said he saw a car pull out of the alley and turn north just about the time Sam was shot. He said it was a two-tone job, light blue body and cream-colored top. Maybe a Ford. He's not sure. Says all cars look alike to him. But he's pretty sure there were two men in the car." "Did he get the license number?" Wilkes asked. "No, he said he tried, but the rear plate, which was the only one he saw, was too muddy to make out. It was an Ohio license, though. He's sure of that." Wilkes rubbed his chin with his knuckles. "He said there were two men in the car?" "That's what he thought, Chief. He said it looked like there were two men in the car when they passed under the streetlight at the corner. He couldn't swear to it, though." "Anyone else see the car?" The policeman shook his head. "Not many people out and around down here on a night like this. It's pretty deserted." Wilkes gave an impatient look. "I know it's raining, but people do go out in the rain. Get back out there and rustle up somebody else who saw that car." The policeman shook his head again. "It'll take some doing, Chief." "Okay, but do it," Wilkes replied. As the policeman turned to go, Wilkes said, "Give it all you've got. Remember, this is for Sam." "I know." "Maybe we can do as much for you some day," Wilkes added. "I hope not," the officer replied, almost bumping into Detective Davis as he passed through the door. Anger was evident in Davis's face and every movement of his large body as he strode into the room. Wilkes eyed him bleakly. "Well?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing," Davis growled. "I covered this section up and down, and no one has seen a thing that's of any help." When Wilkes started to tell what the watchman at the Alcroft plant had seen, Davis interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I talked with that guy, too. He's a nitwit. All he wants is publicity and a chance to prove he's wide awake and on the job. Why, he didn't even see the car enter the alley, and he didn't see if it was parked anywhere in the vicinity. All he saw, so he told me, was a car drive away with maybe one guy, maybe two in it. He doesn't know for sure. Could have been anyone driving it." Wilkes looked at Davis, his expression grim. "We've had far less to go on other times, Davis, and have come out on top. We've got to start looking for a man with good-sized feet, about 12 double E, a man who was driving a car with a blue body and cream-colored top." Davis's jaw muscle bulged. "Tippolo?" "Is his car that color?" Wilkes asked. "His caddy is all blue," Davis replied, "but he's got another car that he doesn't use very much. It's a blue-green job with a light top, a Pontiac, I think, and he's sure got the big feet." "We can start with him," Wilkes said as he moved toward the door. "Let's find him. We'll leave Toller here. By the time we get back, the gun sharks will have had time to find the bullet and maybe run a test on it to see if it was fired from the same revolver Duffield was shot with." As the two detectives left the room, Mary looked at Dan and wondered what was on his mind. She knew from the way he held down the corners of his mouth that whatever it was would soon break out into swift, decided action. Without a word, Dan stepped over to the table below the stair landing in the hallway and picked up the telephone. After a short conversation, too low for Mary to hear, he cradled the phone and turned to her. "I can get a plane for St. Louis at 8:25 a.m. That will get me there around noon. I could easily be in Harlow by late afternoon. A couple days down." The urgent way her voice cut in on his made Dan look at her sharply. "Don't you mention to anyone that you're going down there, or you might get killed too," she said. Dan forced a light laugh. "Don't worry, I haven't even gone yet. I have to get an okay from either Dove or Falls. I'll tackle Dove tomorrow around 7:30. He's on the early shift this week, and he's easier to talk to than Falls." Mary wrinkled her nose. "You can say that again. Falls can be most difficult, I know. But please, Dan, don't go around telling people you're thinking of going down there. I don't want a dead fiancé." Dan squeezed her arm and steered her toward the door. "Don't talk. That's good advice, young lady," he said as his mind raced back over the conversations of the past 2 days. Conversations in which he had been a party with Sam Brighton. Just who could have known that Sam planned to go to Missouri?
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 15. Dan was locking his car door at 7:15 Monday morning as he parked at the rear of the dispatch building. He had his bag with him, all set to leave as soon as he got his boss's okay. If it weren't for the expense angle, he'd take off on his own. He felt so certain that the answer to the Brighton case was to be found in Harlem, Missouri. In the editorial rooms on the second floor, he saw John Dove, the city editor, already at his desk. Dan recalled how he had told Mary he'd rather ask Dove than Falls. Now that he was here in the city room, he realized there was little choice. Both men could be crusty hard. Dove was short, plump, 50, and bald. His small, blue eyes were deep set in a very round face. When Dan stopped beside his desk, he looked up across a litter of papers. "Yes?" The cold, plain monosyllable prodded Dan like the muzzle of a gun. How should he begin? Should he come out directly and ask to be sent to Harlow, or should he take the gradual approach and lead up to it? He decided on the latter. "Did you read my story on Sam Brighton?" he asked. Dove put his hand into a wire basket at the corner of his desk and brought out what Dan recognized as the copy he'd written the previous night. The editor snapped a finger against the papers. "You did a good job on this. I'm giving you a byline." "Thanks, but I didn't come here for a pat on the back. I've got some pretty definite ideas about the murder of Wally Brighton and the attempt on Sam's life." The smile Dove forced was as artificial as dime store paper flowers. "I suppose you gave them to the police?" "I told Wilkes." Dove fiddled with some papers on his desk, and then gave Dan a quick up-from-under look. "I suppose he's acting on them?" "No, sir. He doesn't see—" "So he's stupid," Dove cut in. "I didn't say that. "But you think so," Dove interrupted again. "No, I don't." A note of anger crept into Dan's voice. "I like Wilkes, and I think he likes me, but we look at the things that have been happening in a different light. I look at them the way Sam Brighton did." "How is Sam this morning?" "I phoned the hospital as soon as I got up, and they reported that he's still unconscious." A long moment whirred by on the electric clock on the wall above Dove's head. The editor placed both hands flat on the desk. "And just what was Sam's idea about his brother's death?" "It was more of a hunch than an idea," Dan said. He then went into the details of how Sam thought the solution to the mystery lay in Harlem, Missouri. Dove lifted his hands from the desk and made a steeple of his fingers. "And you say Sam told a number of people that he intended to go to Harlow?" "Yes, sir." Dove wrecked the steeple of fingers and put his hands back on the desktop. "And these people told others, until soon the whole town knew it, including the person or persons who attempted to kill him?" "I suppose so." Dan wished that Dove would quit his stalling. Dove smiled very thinly and primly and rubbed his chin with a pudgy finger. "And now you've got the idea that I should send you down to Harlow in his place. Well, yes, I thought—" "There was a time, O'Hara," Dove cut in, "when we wouldn't have delayed long enough to give the idea a second thought. We'd have packed you off on the run. That was in the good old days, when there were 2 newspapers in this town. We made the news then. Had to in order to beat the opposition. There was a lot of snap and—" Dove stopped short with his usual directness and dismissed the shadows of the past from his mind and concentrated on the present. "It's a job for the police, O'Hara. We report the news now, not make it." 2 murders and 1 attempted in less than 3 days is serious," Dan said. "It seems—" "Sure, it's serious," Dove cut in. "But I believe it's a chance for the Dispatch to do something for the citizens of Merton." "If you discover the murderer, yes." "I believe I can, if given the chance," Dan said. Dove didn't say anything for a moment, just tilted back in his chair. "Of late we seem to have had an influx of hoodlums and fast dollar boys from New York, Chicago, and Detroit. Do you suppose Wally and Sam Brighton got mixed up some way with them?" Dan shook his head. "I don't think so. I haven't seen or heard anything of that nature." The city editor picked up a paper from his desk, studied it a few seconds, then laid it down. "When can you leave?" "I can get a plane from here at 8:25, which makes good connections with 1 out of Chicago, which would get me to St. Louis around noon. I should be able to get either a bus or train to Harlow, so I'd make it by late afternoon." Dove leaned forward with his elbows on the desk. His eyes were serious and his voice lost its cold, impersonal tone. "On second thought, O'Hara, we'll give this case the old-time try. Take a couple of days, get yourself to Harlow as soon as you can, and make the most of your time. I'll expect you back on the job by Wednesday or Thursday. Good luck, and be careful." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Terrell Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 16. The sun was losing its fight with the clouds Tuesday morning when Dan stepped out of the Park Hotel in Harlow, Missouri. Rain was in the air. Dan wondered if he should walk the 3 blocks to the county jail or take a taxi. He glanced once more at the sky, then at his watch. It was only 8:30, so he decided to walk. It wouldn't do to meet the sheriff before he'd had his breakfast. The jail was a red brick building, greatly in need of repair. Its cornerstone read, September 1895. Inside the building there was a heavy smell of stale tobacco and disinfectant. The sheriff, in his late 40s, sat by a window in the far corner of an office, enclosed by a grillwork of iron bars. The room was untidy, its walls papered with "Man Wanted" posters. Leaning back in his chair with his hands clasped behind his neck and his feet cocked on the windowsill, the sheriff sat relaxed, watching the passers-by. His hat, pushed forward on his brow, kept off the glare from a bare light bulb dangling from the ceiling. When the sound of his footsteps did not cause the sheriff to look up, Dan coughed to attract his attention. He then introduced himself, and the sheriff, glancing sideways at Dan from under dark bushy eyebrows, said laconically that his name was Arnie King. The only concession he made to Dan's presence was to push his hat back from his forehead, drop his feet to the floor, and make a half-turn in his chair. He was an exceptionally large man. From the size of his forearms, revealed below rolled-up sleeves, Dan estimated that he would weigh over 250 pounds. After Dan had briefly told him his errand, the sheriff gave him a one-sided smile. "So your paper sent you down here to snoop, eh?" Dan laughed lightly. "I get all kinds of incredible chores to do, and this is one of 'em. We feel the answer to the murder of Mr. Duffield, and our prosecuting attorney, Mr. Brighton, lies down here." The dull light in the sheriff's eye neither warmed nor cooled at Dan's words. "I talked to that detective up in your town. What's his name?" "Wilkes?" "Yeah, that's it, Wilkes. I talked to him over the phone 3 or 4 times. He wanted to know if there was anyone down here who would want to kill old Duffield. I told him, no. That's pretty definite, ain't it? What more you want?" "Up in Merton we feel that." "Who's the we?" "The editors and reporters on the Merton Dispatch." Sheriff King blinked. "What's the matter? Don't you trust your police force?" "Of course we trust them," Dan said quickly, "but we differ in opinion with Detective Wilkes." He then related how Sam Brighton also thought the solution to the 2 murders might be found in the past, and how Sam had been shot, most likely to silence him. While Dan talked, King put a cut of tobacco in his mouth and chewed on it silently, his eyes registering little interest. When Dan finished, the sheriff said, "You're barking up the wrong tree. Old man Duffield didn't have an enemy in this town. That is, no one that hated him enough to follow him clear up to Ohio to kill him." Dan leaned heavily against the iron bars. He felt at a disadvantage in talking to the sheriff. "We have a feeling—" "Who's the we again?" King interrupted. "The people on our paper and Sam Brighton." King nodded, but remained silent. "We feel," Dan continued, "that something happened when Mr. Duffield was sheriff and has come to a head now. Did you check your files, by any chance, for a crime that might have gone unsolved at the time?" King's smile froze on his face, but he was a good enough actor to keep his voice unchanged. However, Dan thought he detected a note of anger when he said, "Why, that's a long time ago. That's over 25 years. Our records ain't too complete that far back. It would be no use trying to look through them." Dan was more baffled than angry. He couldn't understand how a man could take his responsibilities so lightly. "Do I understand, Sheriff, that what you told Chief Wilkes was not the result of any investigation into your records, but merely your own opinion?" Sheriff King stood up and walked toward Dan. He took off his hat and spun it around on a large, fleshy finger. He smiled, but his anger was evident. Dan recognized the man as the bully type. "Look, son," King said, "when I said there wasn't anyone around here who was out to get Duffield, I meant exactly that. If Duffield had enemies from way back when he was sheriff, I don't know anything about them, and there ain't no way of finding out. But one thing's sure, they ain't around here now, because if they are, I'd know about him. I've got everything in this county under my thumb, and I know what's going on all the time." The sheriff looked pleased with himself as he added, "That's a lot more than you folks up there in your big city can say, and I don't need no filing case to do it." He reached up and tapped his head with his forefinger. "I file it all up here. So when I told Detective— what's his name?" "Wilkes." "Yeah, Wilkes. Funny name." He paused. "When I told him there wasn't anything down here connecting Duffield with his murder up there, I knew what I was talking about. It wasn't no opinion of mine. It was a fact." Dan nodded as if in agreement. "I'm not doubting your ability or your memory, Mr. King, but the way we feel, these murders are based on something which happened so far back that in all probability you never had your attention called to it. I wonder if I could have a look into your files for that period." The sheriff shook his head quickly. "Nobody but the FBI boys monkey around in those files." Dan could see that he was just wasting his time with Sheriff King, and as far as the files were concerned, he felt they wouldn't be of much value. He looked out the window at a steady rain. "Could I use your phone to call a taxi?" King looked blank for a moment before he said, "It's in here. I'll call one for you." After he had dialed a number, he asked, "Where you want to go?" "To the newspaper office." "The News? You won't dig up anything there." Dan shrugged his shoulders. "Just want to pay a social call." The sheriff spoke softly into the mouthpiece of the phone, then turned to Dan. "Taxi'll be here in a couple minutes." The rain pelted Dan as he dashed to the taxi, which arrived within the sheriff's allotted time. "Harlow News Office," Dan said. The driver nodded, tucked a toothpick a little farther back in the corner of his mouth, and swung his cab expertly away from the curb. "Your sheriff certainly is a big fellow," Dan said. Again the driver nodded, but this time he removed the toothpick from his mouth. This was a subject he liked to talk about. "Yeah, Arnie's big, and a great guy, too. Ain't afraid of nothing. A couple of weeks ago he caught 2 burglars red-handed in Lane's cash and carry store over in Glasgow. That's a little crossroad burg about 10 miles from here. Someone called Arnie about midnight and told him they'd seen these 2 guys go in the store. Arnie went right in after 'em. Went in alone, too. Caught 'em both. Beat 'em up bad from what I heard. He's nobody to fool with when he's mad. Strong as a bull. Ain't afraid of nothing." "He looks strong," Dan offered. "He'll get elected sheriff as long as he wants the job. He's a good man for it. Everybody—" Dan stopped listening. The man was evidently one of the sheriff's chief boosters. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 17. Having formed a somewhat unfavorable opinion of the town of Harlow from the appearance of the county jail and the attitude of the sheriff, Dan was unprepared for the sparkling modernity of the Harlow Daily News building. He had expected a run-down, obsolete press housed in an equally ancient building. The news plant, although not as large, was more up-to-date than the Merton Dispatch. He introduced himself to the girl at the information desk in the lobby and said he would like to speak to the managing editor. "That will be Mr. John Burt. I'll see if he's in now." She turned, pressed a button, and talked into the intercom box on her desk. Then she turned back to Dan. "Mr. Burt will see you right away." Pointing to the stairway visible through glass walls and door, she added, "You'll find him in the first room to your right on the 2nd floor." Dan thanked her and climbed the stairs, pleased to find some efficiency in this town. Mr. Burt was dark and spare, in his early 50s, with a grim mouth that did not relax even when he held out a friendly hand. He talked at a nervous speed, which Dan found agreeable after the laconic manner of Arnie King. When Dan had told him why he was in Harlow, the editor's eyebrows arched quizzically. "And you're to find a solution in a couple of days, so you can be back in Ohio by Wednesday or Thursday? You'll have to move fast, as it sounds like a big order to me." He then took off his bifocals and polished them vigorously. "You'll need help, so I'll get someone to show you the files and lend you a hand." Without further word, Bert turned and pressed a button on his desk. Within a minute, a young man with a wide-at-the-shoulders tapered construction of a lifeguard appeared. "This is Horace Watson," Bert said. "He'll help you in every possible way. Horace, this is Dan O'Hara from Merton, Ohio. He'll explain why he's here and what he wants." Then turning to Dan, Bert added, "Lots of luck." Horace Watson's gray eyes were filled with friendliness as he shook hands. Before Dan had been with him many minutes, he realized that Horace had the mind of a trial lawyer, intricate and precise, ready with questions that would clarify any situation. Horace led the way to a small room beyond the editorial room, which housed 2 recordac machines, with steel filing cabinets of films on which all past issues of the Harlow Daily News were photographed. Dan spent the next 10 minutes telling about the murders in Merton and the attempt on Sam's life, and also why he had asked to be sent to Harlow. Horace smiled broadly. "You've cut yourself out a big job. Where do we start?" "I thought maybe the best place would be when Sheriff Duffield took office back in 1920. "Good enough. Here's the 1920 file. You do the first 6 months, and I'll do the last 6. Then we'll tackle 1921. Within a minute, films were inserted into the 2 machines, and both men sat back and gazed intently at the white screen, upon which the printed accounts of the events of days, weeks, and months in 1920 were projected. When a story involving Duffield appeared, they took notes for further search and study. They worked through the morning, and after lunch went back to it again. At 3:30, Dan pressed his hands against his eyes and said, "I don't know about you, but I've had all I can take of this. It's like watching TV for hours and hours. My head's ringing." Horace smiled. "'Tis a bit soporific, but I'm rather used to it. Every chance I get I'm in here reading and taking notes from the old papers." He hesitated a moment before he added, "I'm doing research for a novel." Dan's eyes widened in interest. "Great! What's it about?" Horace laughed. "Not much of anything yet, but I've got a lot of notes. The scene is to be right here in Harlow, from post-Civil War days up through the Depression of the 1930s. He grinned. "The great American novel, you know." "Sounds okay," Dan said. "Good luck with it." While Dan collected his notes from the table beside the recordac, he said, "I'm interested in the Cutler brothers, Frank and Kim, the guys who held up and killed the treasurer of the Warnock Billings Company back in April 1921. "Yeah, I picked them out too," Horace said. "Were they ever caught?" Dan asked. "I don't know. We could ask Mr. Burt. He's got a long memory." When they approached the editor, he leaned back in his chair and nervously picked at his right ear. "Yes, I remember them well. They were in high school with me. Frank was a senior and Kim a junior when they pulled that robbery. They were just a couple of no-good first-class stinkers. I was a sophomore at the time, so don't remember too many details. They got away with $30,000, I believe." $32,000, the paper said, Dan replied. Bert nodded. $32,000. Fortune in those days. Still a lot of money. "Did they ever apprehend them?" Dan asked. "No." Bert moved uneasily in his chair. "Funny thing, too, they were never caught. Sheriff Duffield lost his re-election on account of it. Queer that they should get away with such a crime. Just 2 kids. Frank, big and heavy, played guard on the football team for a while. Kim, a skinny squirt with buck teeth. Of course, police detection wasn't the science it is now. They'd never get by today." Dan and Horace nodded in agreement. "I'm interested in them," Dan said. "Do you think they're who you're looking for?" "Could be. The memo pad on Brighton's desk at the time he was murdered was partly torn away. On what was left were the letters Others, which could have originally been the word Brothers." Dan moistened his lips. "I'd sure like to see a picture of those guys." "Wasn't there one in the paper printed at the time of the robbery?" Bert asked. "No, sir," Horace replied. Bert rubbed his forehead with his right hand.
Then we didn't have one. Of course, I wasn't working here at the time." He forced a light laugh. "I'm not that old. I do remember, though, that the Cutler brothers lived with an older sister who was married to a no-account drunk by the name of Hank Taylor. The Taylors moved out of town right after the robbery. I don't suppose anyone in Harlow now would know where they are." "Maybe I could pick up a picture of Kim and Frank at the high school," Dan said. "If Frank played football, he'd surely be in the school annual, and especially since he was a senior." The editor looked at his watch. "I'll phone Mr. Weaver, the principal, and see if he's still at the school." After a short conversation on the phone, Mr. Burt turned back to Dan. "Mr. Weaver will see you if you can go right over. He'll be there for another half hour and will be glad to let you see the annual for 1921. At 5 o'clock, Dan, deeply dispirited, stepped into the phone booth in the lobby of the Park Hotel. While he waited for the connection to be made to Merton and Mary Altman, a sense of frustration made an artery in his neck throb until he could feel every heartbeat against his shirt collar. He had been so confident when he started out that morning, and now he had only failure to report. It was his own fault, too. He had to admit that he was too prone to the man-on-the-street practice of basing decisions on hunches and intuition rather than on scientifically established facts. He'd be better off if he stuck to straight reporting and left crime detection to the experts. His thoughts were interrupted by the cheerful ring of Mary's voice in the receiver. "Hi, honey," Dan said. "It sure is good to hear your voice. How's Sam?" "He was still unconscious at 4 o'clock." "Bad, huh?" "Yes." There was a moment's pause. "Did you get any leads, Dan?" "Yes and no. Thought I had a good one, but it fizzled out. There were 2 guys, Kim and Frank Cutler, who looked as if they could be suspects, but I can't locate a picture of them." Dan then related quickly what he knew of the Cutlers and how there were no pictures, not even in the high school annual. Queer they wouldn't have had at least a picture of Frank in the annual since he was going to graduate. "Pictures have to be in before April," Mary said. "I know because I was editor of our annual." "Would you have run his picture after the robbery, if you could have pulled it out?" "Of course not." "Well, that's probably what happened here. Anything connected with the Cutlers probably was censored. They sure were not the pride of Harlow High," Dan said. "Yes, I can see that." "Even so, Mary, I can't help feeling that I'm on the right track, but I have to get a picture of them to know. Even that might not help, as people change, but there ought to be enough of a similarity to give us a lead." "You said Frank Cutler played football?" Mary asked. "Yes." "Then somewhere in Harlow some woman has his picture. Football players are always heroes, even if they do commit robbery. Frank must have had a girlfriend. Find her, and I bet you'll find a picture. Women are pretty sentimental creatures, I'm sorry to say." Dan found himself nodding in agreement as Mary talked. "You're right, honey. You'll solve this case yet. What would I ever do without you? That's a swell idea. I've got to run now and Tristezza femme. If I can track down those pics before the late bus leaves for St. Louis, I'll take it and spend the night there. That way I can be home before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If I am, I'll take you to lunch." "It's a date. Take care of yourself, Dan, and get that picture." Dan hung up the receiver with a tremendous surge of energy. Mary had a good idea there. Leave it to a gal to know an angle. But would any woman admit now that she even knew Frank Cutler, let alone had a picture of him? Maybe not, but he'd give it a good try. Since Mr. Burt had been in high school with the Cutlers, he might know the names of some of the girls. He immediately phoned the editor at his home and explained what he wanted. Burt agreed that it could be a good lead and asked Dan to hold the line while he talked the matter over with his wife. "Women have a better memory for such trivial things as who went with whom," he said. After several minutes, Burt returned to the phone and gave Dan 5 names with addresses. "As well as Mrs. Burt can remember, these are the only ones who used to date Frank Cutler. Maybe you've got something. I sure hope so. Good luck." Dan found a taxi in front of the hotel to take him around. At the first 2 homes he had the door closed in his face. That both women had known and remembered Frank Cutler was evident from the way their mouths screwed up with distaste and the vehemence of their denials.
His third venture brought him to a house, badly in need of repair, in the poorer residential section of the town. It was the home of Mrs. Wood, nee Kitty Long. The porch steps were so rickety that Dan was almost afraid to trust his weight on them. He knocked at the door and waited. From inside came the squawking of a radio or television set. He knocked again. After several minutes, a large, heavy-set woman opened the door. On quick appraisal, Dan put her down as easygoing and jovial. Maybe he'd get somewhere here, he thought, as he noted the slovenly dress, the wisp of hair which strayed in every direction, and the tiny cupid bow mouth, on which hovered the remains of what could once have been considered a siren's smile. As soon as he had ascertained that she was the Mrs. Wood on his list, Dan explained how, as a reporter for the Merton Dispatch, he was interested in information concerning Kim and Frank Cutler, and especially pictures of them. For a second, Mrs. Wood hesitated, and Dan felt sure she was going to deny that she had ever known them. Then she fluttered her eyelashes and giggled. The interest that flashed in her eyes was reassuring. "Come in, maybe I can help you," she said. Dan stepped into a shabby living room. The furniture was nicked and scarred, the upholstered sofa showing a spring through the fabric. Empty cups and pop bottles and the remains of a between-meal snack stood on the table and floor. A television set placed against the far wall was making large faces and loud noises. Mrs. Wood presented Dan to her husband, a seedy individual who acknowledged the introduction sitting down and without taking his eyes from the television screen. Turning to Dan, Mrs. Wood said, "And you think that Kim and Frank Cutler might have murdered someone up in your town?" "It's possible," Dan said, "but we can't be sure until we see a picture of them." "If I should happen to have a picture of them, would I get my name in the paper?" she asked. "That depends," Dan replied, cautiously, "on whether or not you'd want it." "Oh, but I would!" Again her eyelids fluttered. "It might mean I would get on a TV program, one of those quizzes where you win lots of big prizes." "I'm sure the publicity would help," Dan said. Despite her weight, she moved quickly when she wanted to. She hastily poked around in a bookcase in the far corner of the room, and then went through a stack of old magazines piled on the bottom shelf of a long table. She shook her head. "Excuse me a moment while I run upstairs. My snapshot album must be up there." After what seemed to Dan an interminable time, she returned, book in hand. With wheezy weariness, she seated herself on the sofa, moving to the right to allow Dan room to sit beside her and still avoid the exposed spring. "Let's see what we can find," she said cheerily as she began to leaf through the shabby book. "I did have some pictures of Frank. He was an awful good football player in his day, you know. Too bad he didn't go straight. Might even have a picture of Kim, too." After turning a number of pages, they came to a picture of a young man seated astraddle a motorcycle, his center hair part and high stiff collar dating the picture. "That's Frank," she exclaimed. "That's when he first got his motorcycle." Dan gasped. "Well, what do you know?" Mrs. Wood looked at him with surprise. "Do you know him?" "I should say I do." Mrs. Wood giggled when she read the names of endearment written to her at the bottom of the picture. "He sure was a card, that Frank," she said. "I'm sure he was," Dan replied. "The ace of hearts." Again Mrs. Wood giggled. "You're not so bad yourself. The ace of hearts. That's cute." Dan laughed. "Do you have a picture of Kim?" Mrs. Wood turned a leaf of the book. "I don't know, but it seems as though I did have one. 6 of us on a picnic. Let's see." 2/3 of the way through the album, they came to a group picture, 3 boys and 3 girls. Mrs. Wood stabbed her fat forefinger at one of the young men. "That's Kim." After a momentary pause, she added, "That's Frank and me." Again Dan let out a long whistle. "Do you know Kim, too?" she asked. "I certainly do. This surely proves that we live in a small world." "We sure do," Mrs. Wood agreed as she launched into the story of who the other boy and 2 girls were. Halfway through the tornado of words, Dan cut in. "Would you let me have this picture of Frank and this one with Kim on it? I'd like to have them enlarged. We'll want to run them in the Merton Dispatch. I'll see that they are returned to you in good condition." Mrs. Wood considered his request for such a long time that Dan was fearful that she might refuse. But with a giggle she finally said, "Here, you can have them, if you'll put my picture in the paper too, and say I helped to capture the murderers." She stopped as if afraid he would not grant her request. "I've never had my picture in the newspaper." "Sure thing, I'll guarantee it," Dan said. "Where's the picture of you?" The pages of the album flew back and forth in a flurry until at last she pointed to a snapshot of a really beautiful girl in her teens. "That's me when I was a senior. Let's use that one." "Fine," Dan agreed. While she took the pictures from the album, Dan said, "Now I'd like to impose upon you for one more thing, Mrs. Wood. I'll mark the back of Frank Cutler's picture lightly with a pencil, Exhibit A, and Kim's with Exhibit B. I'd like you to write a note to the police of Merton, stating that Exhibit A is Frank Cutler and Exhibit B is Kim Cutler. They might not believe me, you know." "I'd be glad to," Mrs. Wood said. "Wait until I find some ink and paper." "I have a pen and paper with me," Dan said as he reached into his coat pocket. "We'll just make it a short note," he added as he began to dictate to her. She wrote easily and in a very legible hand, and readily signed the statement. "It's a wonderful thing what you've done, Mr. O'Hara. To think that if it wasn't for you," she paused and then giggled, "and me, too, those murderers might go on murdering." Dan winced at the flood of words. He was eager to get away. He noted with satisfaction that her husband apparently shared his discomfort at her garrulity. With the signed statement and pictures in his pocket, Dan made his goodbye as gracefully as possible. As soon as the door closed behind him, he let out his breath in a long, quiet exhalation of relief, paused on the porch to light a cigarette, and then headed quickly for town. While riding to the hotel, it occurred to Dan that Kitty Wood's letter of identification might not be enough to satisfy Wilkes. If only Mr. Burt would write a similar letter, the case would be tied up in one neat little package. Dan leaned forward in his seat. "Stop a minute at the first place you know there's a telephone." The cab driver nodded, and a few minutes later pulled up in front of a drugstore. "I'll only be a minute," Dan yelled as he jumped out. "Take your time, friend. This meter's been running all evening on you." In response to Dan's phone call, Mr. Burt said he would be delighted to take a look at the pictures and identify them. After a 10-minute drive across town, the taxi stopped in front of a large, white colonial house. "Here you are. Want me to wait?" "Yep," Dan said and grinned. "And for your information, the meter's on the Merton Dispatch." The cab driver shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Burt answered Dan's knock. "Step inside, Mr. O'Hara, and I'll have that look." Dan handed the two pictures to Burt, who walked over to the lamp in the entrance hall. One glance was enough. "Yes, this one is Frank, and this is Kim. Be all right if I endorse these on the back?" "I'd rather not, Mr. Burt. I promised to get the pictures back in good condition. How about co-signing with Mrs. Wood in her letter of identification?" "Let's see the letter." As soon as he read the letter, Burt signed it. "You've had a big day. As I understand it, you recognize Frank and Kim Cutler as men you know in Merton." "Yes, sir, that's right." "I'm going to ask a favor of you now," Burt said. "Will you phone me at the news as soon as these men are arrested and give me the whole story? There are many people around here who would like to read finis to a bad chapter in our town's history." "I'd be happy to do that. You've certainly been a big help to me, and I appreciate it. Thanks very much." Dan hurried out to the waiting taxi. There was an exultant ring in his voice when he said to the cab driver, "To the Park Hotel, and hurry!" End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. 18. At 10 o'clock Wednesday morning, 5 days after the murder of Duffield and Wally Brighton, Dan O'Hara ran up the stairs to the second floor of the Merton Dispatch. He headed straight for the photographer's studio to have copies made of the pictures of Frank and Kim Cutler. Dan felt sure that once Wilkes had his hands on the originals, he'd never let them go. Without further delay, Dan went to Dove's desk to show the pictures and tell his story. The editor's eyebrows raised momentarily as he listened, even though he was a man for whom life rarely held any surprises.
"You've got a bear by the tail, Dan," he said quietly. "You've got to be sure of yourself, or you could be in for trouble. Remember, the dispatch had nothing to do with this if these men are arrested." "Unless they are proven guilty," Dan added with a smile. "That's right. Then we'll give credit where credit is due, to the Merchant Dispatch." Dan laughed. "Okay. Now I gotta run. I want Wilkes to see these pictures right away. Maybe he can get that confession for you before press time." Dove nodded and turned back to his work. Once outside the dispatch office, Dan hurried to the police station as fast as his limp would permit. From just inside the door he called to the desk sergeant. "Where's Wilkes?" The sergeant turned from looking out the window. "Out." "Get him back here. I've got evidence on the Wally Brighton and Duffield cases." "Yeah?" "That's right. Hurry up, will you?" The sergeant shook his head. "Wilkes would chew the skin off me if I call him in from what he's doing on a false alarm." Dan pushed hard with both hands against the high desk at which the sergeant usually sat. "Look, pal, this isn't any false alarm, and you'd better get Wilkes in here pronto, or he'll do more than chew you up. He'll see that you're sent home for a couple days' rest, without pay." The sergeant thought over what Dan said, and then walked into the adjoining room. Within a minute he was back. "I put out a general call for him, and, brother, you better be right." In less than 5 minutes, Wilkes walked into the station, followed by Detective Davis. He looked from Dan to the desk sergeant. "What's up?" "Dan says he has the dope on who killed Brighton and Duffield," the sergeant said. "He insisted on seeing you." Wilkes looked Dan over and nodded. "Let's go up to my office." At the Detective Bureau, Wilkes dropped wearily into the chair at his desk and told Davis to shut the door. Then he said to Dan, "Okay, what have you got?" Dan told of his trip to Harlow, the story of the Cutler brothers' hold-up and murder, and then brought forth the pictures as well as the letter of identification signed by Mrs. Wood and Mr. Burt, which he spread out on the desk before the detective. Wilkes half rose from his chair in astonishment. "You sure of your facts, Dan?" "What more do you want?" Dan said as he pointed to the pictures. "You can recognize both of them at first glance. I read the account of the hold-up and murder in the Harlow News of April 17th, 1921, and here's a letter of identification. I wouldn't say Mrs. Wood alone would be responsible, but the editor of the Harlow News, Mr. Burt, sure is." Wilkes dropped back into his chair and let out a long sigh. "We've sure got to handle this one with kid gloves. We can't go right out and arrest two prominent citizens on just what we've got here. Everyone in town would be hooting at us if we pulled a boner. Nobody loves a cop anyway." Wilkes paused and then added, "We'll bring them in, and they deny that these are pictures of them." "Maybe they're right. Maybe they're pictures of two other men. Then where are we? Right in the middle of a mess. False arrest in the works." He tilted back in his chair. "We'll edge into this easy like. It pays off in the end." For a moment, stillness filled the room. Then Wilkes removed the phone from its cradle and dialed a number. "Mr. Short?" After a pause, he said, "I'm filling out a report on everyone who was in the Merchants Bank building the night Mr. Brighton was killed or committed suicide. It's just a routine we do in all cases of this kind. I wonder if you could drop over to my office for 5 minutes or so." "Good. My office is on the second floor." In less than 5 minutes, Art Short entered the Detective Bureau. After a nod to Wilkes and Davis, his glance moved to Dan. "What are you doing here, O'Hara?" Wilkes looked up and forced a smile. "Just a nosy reporter. This is his regular hangout. We really ought to charge him parking fees. Since this won't take long and involves nothing confidential, we'll let him stay, okay?" Short made an unintelligible grunt and nodded. He seated himself beside Wilkes' desk. With an easy movement, Wilkes picked up his pen and looked at the realtor. "What's your full name, Mr. Short?" "Arthur Edward Short." "Where were you born?" Short worked his lips for a moment. Far off, a freight train rattled noisily over a grade crossing. "I see no connection between where I was born and Mr. Brighton's death," Short said. "Rather a silly question, don't you think?" "Of course, if you object." "Oh, I'm not objecting." "Well, then?" Again the pause. "Millwood, Illinois." "You went to grade school there?" Wilkes asked.
Yes. And high school? Certainly. What class did you graduate with? Class of 1921. Wilkes made the proper notations as Art Short gave his answers. Where did you live in Millwood? That is, street and number. We moved several times. Let's say, where did you live while you were in high school? Short hesitated and his hands tightened into fists on his thighs. I feel I must object to this sort of silly questioning. If you've got some worthwhile questions to ask, why ask 'em. But this sort of drivel can take up hours and hours. I'm a very busy man, Mr. Wilkes. Wilkes tapped the paper with his pen. I'm sorry, Mr. Short, but it's one way we have to protect ourselves from irate citizens who say we aren't efficient and thorough. You'd be surprised how much criticism we get, so we try to have our files as complete as possible. I'll assure you this won't take hours. Just answer the questions and we'll be done in a few minutes. He paused, then asked again, Now, where did you live in Millwood when you attended high school? 1706 Elm Street. Wilkes looked up at Davis. Did you make that phone call you were going to make? No. This would be a good time now, wouldn't it? Use the phone in the other room, please. Davis left the room, and Wilkes turned back to Art Short. Excuse me, Mr. Short. Wilkes smiled slowly. As a citizen, I hope you appreciate that we work to, and try to use all our time to good advantage. Again Wilkes glanced at the notations he had made on the paper. Did you go to college? No. Where did you work after you graduated from high school? Dan noticed the tension leave Art Short. His answers came easily and without protest. After a few minutes, Davis returned, closed the door, and leaned against it. He looked at Wilkes. I made that phone call. Yes? The principal at Millwood High School said no one by the name of Arthur Edward Short was ever in the class of 1921, and there's no 1706 Elm Street. All the streets and avenues in that town are numbered. Wilkes looked sharply at the realtor. Well? Short's eyes darted quickly from Wilkes to Davis, then back to Wilkes, before he stood up abruptly. I'll stand for no more of this nonsense. Wilkes' voice was sharp. Sit down, Short. This isn't nonsense. Why did you lie to us just now? That's none of your business. I'm afraid it's very much our business, Frank Cutler. How'd you know? Short dropped back into the chair. Dan saw the flash of white in his eyes as Short realized what he had said. Wilkes reached under a pile of papers on his desk and pulled out the two pictures. He held them up for Short to see. Recognize these? Short gave a gesture that expressed despair rather than words. How'd you get them? Dan picked them up at the home of an old flame of yours down in Harlow, Missouri. We know all about you. We also know that Herb Parker is your brother, Kim. What we don't know is how you got away after the robbery and your life after the time you arrived here in Merton. Want to fill us in? Short leaned forward in the chair, his forehead pressed into his hands. Out of a long silence, he said in a tired, resigned voice, Yes, I'll tell you. Just a minute, Wilkes said. I want a stenographer to take down what you say. Short nodded dejectedly. Nothing mattered any more. The realtor moistened his lips several times before he began. My brother and I planned the Warnock Billings robbery pretty carefully. We didn't intend to kill the treasurer, but he got tough and wouldn't hand over the money bag, so we had to shoot him. It wasn't a difficult picture to get, and Dan got it. Two incorrigible boys, filled with fear and trigger-happy. We got away from Harlow in a hurry in a stolen car. Then we made our way to an island in the Mississippi River where we catched the money. All but about $60. We picked this island because the government stored dynamite there that the engineers on the river used for blasting. There were signs all over it saying that trespassers would be arrested, so it was a good place to hide the money. We buried it in an iron box, which we made watertight by soldering up the seams. Outside, a whistle at one of the factories cried shrilly. Short paused before he continued. We took only a small amount of money, about $30 apiece, and bumped our way out west on freight trains. The Depression was on, so we had lots of company. A good many men were traveling that way in 1921. The reason we took such a small amount with us was so that we wouldn't be under suspicion if arrested for hopping freights. My brother landed a job as a sheep herder in Oregon, and I worked at odd jobs on a ranch in Wyoming for a while. Then I drifted up to Oregon, where I found work on another ranch. After a couple of years, we figured the heat was off, and we went to Chicago. Kim got a job as a clerk in a hardware store, where he worked for a couple years. Then he started his own store. It wasn't big, but he used it as a means of showing profits and feeding the stolen money into the bank. It was easy to do, as the money wasn't registered as it would be today. I went into the used car business for the same purpose. What money we made legitimately was all to the good, but our business made it possible for us to bank money seemingly from profits. We were still afraid of being seen together while in Chicago, so we used to arrange over the phone to meet in a movie occasionally. We both married while there. Even now our wives don't know we're brothers. You moved here about 25 years ago, didn't you? Dan asked. Yes, I moved to Merton in 1933, and Kim followed a year later. You know the rest. We made good and lived a good life. But then about a week ago, old ex-Sheriff Duffield saw us together on the street, and he recognized us. He went to Wally Brighton with his information. Brighton questioned us, and at first we denied everything. Short stopped and sat silent for some time. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds. Finally he roused himself from his private preoccupation. We knew it was only a matter of time before Brighton would have proof, so when he made a proposition to forget all about it for $50,000, we agreed to pay him the money in 5 monthly installments, the first one due last Friday night. But afterward, in thinking it over, we decided he'd keep on blackmailing us until he owned everything we have, so we decided to get rid of him and Duffield at the same time. And up to right now, it looked as though we'd made the right decision. Of course, when I went to his office last Friday night to kill him, he thought I'd come with the first 10,000. That's when I knew we were doing the right thing, because he said that he had just decided a few minutes before, while talking to his brother Sam, that he was not going to blackmail us, but was going to have us held for the grand jury. After Brighton said that, he looked at me and laughed, and then reached into his pocket for a cigarette. I don't like people to laugh at me, never did, and it just burned me up. Brighton put the cigarette in his mouth and reached in his pocket for his lighter. When he pulled it out, his rosary beads were tangled up with it. While he was busy untangling it, I shot him. Except for the loud ticking of the clock, a deep silence filled the room. Dan broke in by saying, "Then you tried to make it look like suicide." Short looked up at Dan. "Yes, I wiped up the pistol and tried to put it in Brighton's hand, but it wouldn't stay, so I left it there as though it had fallen out of his hand to the floor. Then I went down to the dentist's office and had my tooth pulled." "What about the memorandum pad? Did you tear part of that away?" Dan asked. "Yes, it had our names on it." Wilkes turned to the stenographer. "You got all this?" "Yes, sir." Wilkes turned back to Short. "As I understand it, you had Dr. Larkins come down to the Merchants Bank building to pull your tooth in order to set up an alibi, right?" "Yes, I had to have a legitimate reason for being in the bank." "You sure picked a dandy," Wilkes said wearily. Then, as his eye rested on the pictures on his desk, his voice picked up again. "And did your brother, Kim Cutler, known here in Merton as Herb Parker, shoot and kill Clarence Duffield?" Short nodded. "You'll have to answer yes or no." "Yes." Wilkes turned to the stenographer. "Read back your notes and have Short sign your book. Then type the necessary copies and have him sign them too." He turned to Davis. "Arrest Herb Parker." When Wilkes stood up to lead Art Short to his cell, the Realtor turned to Dan. "I suppose this makes you happy, O'Hara. You've got a big story." Dan shook his head. "No, I'm downright sorry I have to write it." Dan looked about the interior of the Green Parrot tea room. He liked its coziness and cheerful wink of candlelight on silver and copper. He had just finished telling Mary, who sat opposite him at the table, about his trip to Harlan, Missouri, the confession of Art Short, and the arrest of Short and Herb Parker. "This place certainly beats Stan's Diner," Dan said. Mary frowned slightly. "I like Stan's Diner. I've got a big place in my heart for it. Last Saturday night, when you, Sam Brighton, and I were there, was part of the biggest adventure I've ever had." She paused a moment. "I wonder how Sam is today." "Haven't you heard?" Dan grinned. "And I thought you worked for a newspaper. They got word down at the police station just before I left that he's conscious and going to come along okay." "I'm glad. He's a grand person. Art Short must feel like an awful heel for trying to kill Sam." Mary laid her napkin on the table. "And now I suppose we'd better get back to the salt mine." Dan raised his hand. "No hurry. The paper's put to bed." He lighted up a cigarette and sat back in his chair, relaxed. After a minute he said, "You know, Mary, if you were going to be working for the Dispatch for more than just a few months, I'd tell Dove to tell Falls that it was really your woman's intuition that helped to solve these murders." "Why, Dan, you're the most generous man I know," Mary said, and smiled happily. End of chapter 18. End of The Broken Rosary by Grace and Harold Johnson.